Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and the welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. David Lee, MP, Member for Parliament for Point-a-Pierre, and Mr. Dinesh Rambali, MP, Member of Parliament for Chaguanas West, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the draft Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following papers. 2 to 3. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Chaguanas Borough Corporation for the years ended September 30th, 2012 and 2013. 4. The Central Bank Payment of Supervisory Fees and Charges Amendment Regulations 2020. 5. The Insurance Approved Security Regulations 2020. 6. The Insurance Capital Adequacy Regulations 2020. 7. The Insurance Caribbean Policy Premium Method Regulations 2020. 8. The Insurance Companies Registration Regulations 2020. 9. The Insurance Financial Condition Report Regulations 2020. 10. The Insurance Intermediaries Registration Regulations 2020. 11. The Insurance Participating Account Regulations 2020. 12. The Insurance Pension Fund Plan Investments Regulations 2020. To move that papers 2 and 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 2 and 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation.
On behalf of the Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, I have the honour to lay paper number 14, the Annual Report of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission for the period October 2018 to September 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay the white paper on the National Child Policy. Thank you.
Reports from committees. Prime Minister's questions.
The member for Caroni Central.
In light of the recent reports that London-listed power generator Contour Global intends to purchase an operating power plant that is in Trinidad and Tobago, could the Prime Minister confirm or deny this assertion by Contour Global?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, like the member for Caroni Central, I too would have heard the midday news, and therefore there's nothing to confirm or deny. However, the item of news indicates that there's some change to be made or an intention for some company to purchase another company. What I can say, Madam Speaker, is upon seeing the article on the 8th of the 12th, TNTEC's general manager contacted the general manager of Trinity Power Limited, and the officer of that company on that date confirmed that this process has started for acquisition of Trinity Power Limited by a company named Contour Global. The present owner remains Western Generation Partners, and the officer at Trinity confirmed that TNTEC will be notified when the transaction is completed. Trinity Power Limited is one of the independent power producers of electricity generation, 225 megawatts, at the Point Lisas estate. The company is owned by Western Generation Partners, a U.S. company.
Bonus East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in light of a recent report which highlighted that there are currently more than 400 vulnerable women and children in desperate need of help to get away from an environment of domestic violence, could the Prime Minister inform the House what measures his government will be taking to address this untenable situation?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, if the member could identify the report by name or some form or fashion which would allow this level of specificity to be responded to, I may try to assist. I know of no specific report of that nature.
Madam Speaker, just to assist, article dated December 8, 2020, Trinidad and Tobago's Guardian, report from the Victim in the Dark organization.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Guardian has had a number of pages and a number of days, so I do not know what the member has put here implies that there is a specific report somewhere in the government where we can identify 400 vulnerable women and children. And I am being asked to respond to this specific untenable situation. Madam Speaker, I know of no such report in the government. What I do know is that the Office of the Prime Minister has a minister responsible for gender and child affairs, and the government is aware that there are a number of women and children in the country who are in need of improved accommodation. And of course, the government is aware that the police department and other social service support departments have taken a number of steps to respond when it has become known that there are people in need of those kinds of interventions. The government continues its efforts to heighten the population's awareness on domestic violence by engaging in a series of events over these 16 days of activism to bring the urgency of this issue to the national community. Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, have you asked question 3? Could the Prime Minister inform this House of the status of the report of the Evaluation Committee, which was given a deadline of the 30th of November 2020 to review the successful bid of the Patriotic Energies and Technologies Company Limited as it relates to the acquisition of the former Petrotrin Refinery and related assets?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, On the 29th of October 2020, Patriotic Technologies submitted a revised proposal for the purchase of the refinery and additional information clarifying issues relating to the financing and national fuels security, which are, as usual, being carefully reviewed to determine whether they may meet the necessary criteria and conditions to allow the transaction to move to the next stage.
Member for Cuba South.
Yes. Prime Minister, could you tell this House definitively if the Cabinet has given an extension to the evaluation committee in relation to evaluating this bid?
Madam Speaker, I don't know where that mischief is coming from, but when an extension was granted, it was immediately made known to the public that an extension was granted to the end to November 30th, and I know of no statement or any issue with respect to any extension. So this is just, once again, pure mischief on the part of those who have taken a position that they will scuttle this at all costs.
Prime Minister, there is no mischief on the part of seeking a definitive date as it relates to this particular issue.
Member for Cuba South, you are too senior, and this is either you're rising to raise your question for, or it's a supplemental question. It's not an opportunity to make a statement, right?
Prime Minister, again, could I ask if the Cabinet has received the report of the evaluation committee and when a decision will be made on this issue?
Okay, so one question at a time. I believe your first question was answered with respect to the report, and therefore the second question, it will be allowed. You may have to say the second question for the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, could you tell this House, as it relates to a specific date, when a decision will be made by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to this said issue?
Madam Speaker, in response to the anxiety of my colleague to scuttle this matter, I may want to advise him that the report is not yet before the Cabinet, and therefore I cannot indicate to you when, which day, which week it will be available to you to scuttle it. What I can say to you is that the report has been received in the proper quarter, it is being reviewed, and it will be advanced to the Cabinet in the proper way, and the population will be kept informed quite appropriately as it has been along the way.
Member for Cuba South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 5. Could the Prime Minister inform this House?
I believe you had question number 4.
Well, Madam Speaker, counting from 1 to 5 is a task for him, you know.
Madam Speaker, just in terms of a typographical error, I will move on. Could the Prime Minister inform this House if the Cabinet has received the report of its subcommittee, which was mandated to review the operation of the Water and Storage Authority?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Cabinet-appointed subcommittee on the said issue of the Water and Sewage Authority has advised that a draft report has been prepared and its submission is pending its final review, currently being undertaken by members of the subcommittee. I have granted approval for the report to be submitted on Friday the 11th, 2020. 11th December, that is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, supplemental in relation to yesterday, we saw in the public domain that actions have been initiated by the Water and Sewerage Authority, for example, to close the customer service operation office of the Water and Sewerage Authority in Couva. Is this actions on the part preempting the work of this subcommittee?
Madam Speaker, I have seen no such report. And the level of mischief making in this country defies logic, you know. How does something like that is connected to a question like this? I have no answer for you on that because I have no idea what you're talking about in the context of this review of the Water and Sewage Authority.
Supplemental.
Well, Prime Minister, all I could ask is for you to be guided by your Minister of Public Utilities in this matter.
All right, so member for Oropuch East.
Number 5 to the Prime Minister. Could the Prime Minister indicate whether the government has pre-ordered vaccines which will become globally available in days to inoculate against the COVID-19 virus?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the public, for the nth time, and only last week, I think it was, in this very place and many other places, this question has been answered to the public. So for the benefit of any other person in the country who did not hear the government's position, permit me, Madam Speaker, to say that Trinidad and Tobago in September 2020 signed up as a member of the COVAX facility, a collaboration between WHO, Gavi, and Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, CP. Gavi is an NGO that looks at fair and equitable allocation of vaccines globally. COVAX supports the research, development, and manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccine candidates. And once there's a successful vaccine approved by WHO through COVAX, Trinidad and Tobago will have equal access to it. The government has said this on many occasions in and out of this parliament. Trinidad and Tobago has pre-ordered vaccines to cover 33% of our population. That is 461,000 persons at a cost of 9.7 million. We have already made an initial payment of 1.477 million, and that was made public to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Once a vaccine is approved, we will receive, in the first instance, enough vaccine for 20% of the population, that is 279,000 persons. That was made public at a press conference and many other instances to the national population. And for high-risk groups, Madam Speaker, these are elderly people over 60, those with non-communicable diseases, healthcare and other frontline workers, and those who are immunocompromised, like those who are suffering from lupus or cancer. They will be our first citizens to access these vaccines. Madam Speaker, all this information was made public on numerous occasions before.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, after hearing, of course, all the information that was made public, and bearing in mind that there are countries in the world now that has already set a date to begin the process of disseminating the vaccines, does the government of Trinidad and Tobago have in mind any date or week or month or year when vaccination, that process will start in Trinidad and Tobago, or are you still waiting for some other approval somewhere?
There's one country in our orbit that is using the vaccine that has been cleared, and that is the United Kingdom. In the United States, even as we are speaking now, their vaccines have not been cleared by the relevant authority with any date to be distributed to the population. And I just would like the member from Oropuch, right, to stop misleading the public. There are no vaccines available globally for us now to have, so we can set a date when we're going to have it and distribute it. That is just pure mischief once again. Once we are advised that by WHO that the vaccines are cleared and ready to go and our portion is available, Then we will know what we are getting and when we're getting it, and only then can we decide when it's going to be distributed. In the meantime, the minister has been very clear on more than one occasion to indicate that all preparations to receive vaccines whenever they become available are being made by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Mischief afoot.
I ask the Prime Minister if he believes that anyone who asks a question, whether it's on the vaccine or procurement, is making mischief and is being a troublemaker.
Is out of order. That is out of order. Question number 6.
Yes.
Please.
Could the Prime Minister state his government's position in relation to the call by the Commissioner of Police to make non-lethal pepper spray legal, non-lethal to make it legal for use as an immediate and temporary deterrent to violent criminal attacks?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker.
Or is that mischief too?
Member for Orpuchis. Just withdraw that.
Withdraw.
You're too experienced for this.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Madam Speaker, as Prime Minister and head of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I speak for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And with respect to this particular matter, the position as stated by me as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is that on this particular matter and similar matters, the government will be advised by the appropriate experts and other considerations in the use of any such material in our public service.
Supplemental.
Bearing in mind that the head of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has already spoken and recommended the adoption of this type of non-lethal product to protect particularly vulnerable groups of women, does the Prime Minister have a view on this and care to share that view?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have no view to share with the member for Approach West, or Approach East. Other than what I've said, I have no other view to share with him.
Indicate whether or not the police, the TTPS, would be provided with any more resources to purchase these products to protect women and vulnerable groups, or does the government care nothing at all?
Listen, the products, that question is too wide. What products? That question is too wide. It's not allowed.
The context where the TTPS still owes over $100 million for goods and services, could the government indicate through you whether you're prepared to release more funds to the TTPS to procure these non-lethal items and devices to protect citizens?
Madam Speaker, it should be obvious to all persons who are sane and sober that it doesn't matter how many millions are owing to the police service, but the procurement of items which are not authorized by the government of Trinidad and Tobago will not be a matter for discussion or purchase.
Supplemental.
Prime Minister, in the context where the TTPS has no funds, would funds be provided to the TTPS to procure these required devices that they themselves recommend?
But I believe that question was asked and answered, asked in a different form, but same question. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A supplemental question. Does the government intend to bring legislation to make those non-lethal devices recommended by the TTPS legal as it pertains to customs as well as the use within the country?
Madam Speaker, that matter is not in front of the government for legislation. What is in front of us is a decision as to whether such devices are suitable for widespread use in the population.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 3 questions for oral answer, and we'll be answering all 3.
Member for Miaru.
Question number 29 to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, developmental works at Sunset Avenue and Nurse Trace new lands, Guayagari, have been completed by the Land Settlement Agency, and the LSA is awaiting the final approval from the Director of Surveys, as well as the completion certificate from the Water and Sewerage Authority. When the completion certificate is received, the Land Settlement Agency will request final approval from the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. The allocation and distribution of the parcels of land located at Sunset Avenue and Nurse Trace, New Lands, Guayagari, will be dependent on approvals by the relevant agencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Miaro.
Minister, taking note that the distribution of these plots will assist in the construction sector. It can give a little boost to the community. Can the minister say if there's an opportunity to expedite this process so those plots can be distributed so we can see an upkick in the construction sector in that area?
Minister.
Yes, there is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Question number 31 to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This question should have been posted to the Minister of Sport and Community Development, so I'll answer. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development has engaged the services of UDICOT as the project manager for the construction of community centers. At present, over 60 community centers, including the La Savanne Community Center in Guayari, have been approved for construction. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development is systematically scheduling the construction of centers based on need and available funding. And while a commencement date cannot be given for the reconstruction of the La Savanne Community Center specifically, it has, at this time, been placed on the Ministry of Sport and Community Development priority listing. Thank you.
Member for Miaro.
To the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
That includes laptops and tablets distributed to schools from March 2020 to date is approximately 17,000. The Ministry is also in the process of procuring a further 20,000 laptops for distribution to students in the secondary school system, and a further 19,000 devices have been pledged by private donors for distributions to schools. Devices are distributed to schools within education districts as requested by principals for teachers and as donated by the corporate donors. The Ministry of Education does not collect information by constituency and therefore cannot respond to this query in this format.
Supplemental, Member for Miaro.
Are you aware that in several of those secondary schools, there are laptops that are sitting there in their storerooms? And I have been advised by a few of the principals in the constituency schools, the 5 secondary schools, that they have these equipment there. It can be distributed, but there is no provision for approvals from the ministry to remove them and have them distributed to students. Is that something that you are aware of and you can take some action on that to have them out there to the students?
Minister of Education.
The devices that were distributed to schools that lie in their computer labs would have been the teachers who needed devices. In the initial circumstance, certain teachers indicated the need and certain did not. And subsequent to that, when schools moved fully online, other teachers came forward who now required devices. And so we have been systematically providing the teachers with those devices that lie in the computer labs. And some of them have programs on them that are based on the schools or AutoCAD and so on programs. So we have been using those for the teachers and their needs, because the primary schools in particular, there were a lot of teachers needing devices. So that is where those are being used. And if there is excess in any school that can be apportioned, we can certainly look at that. If the member can let me know which schools that have excess to that extent, because we have to cater for the teachers in having the devices.
Move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have been authorized by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago to make the following statement. Madam Speaker, it is truly an honor to lay government's first national child policy in the Parliament as a white paper, the first of its kind in the country and the Eastern Caribbean. This policy is a signpost that child protection and development is of utmost importance to this government and this country. As we lay this policy today, it marks a great victory for the nation's children and our nation's future. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has worked diligently and relentlessly to develop a policy that is informed by our national and regional context whilst meeting our international obligations. Guided by research, the policy crystallizes the government's commitment to children's well-being as it provides a framework and clear strategies that plot a trajectory which leads to a destination where all children, and by extension all citizens, have access to a better quality of life. Considering the current national and global context, the implementation of this policy is crucial and must commence with urgency. The volatility of the national situation as a consequence of the global COVID-19 pandemic requires the government to act expeditiously and strategically to ensure that the most vulnerable groups are well insulated. Moreover, social protection must be prioritized so that the most vulnerable are able to withstand the harsh emerging impacts. Madam Speaker, the National Child Policy provides a compelling response to the current situation as well as other possible emergencies, since one of its strategic areas of focus includes shock-responsive social protection measures. The policy is rooted in 8 guiding philosophies and outlines 6 outcomes for children. These outcomes include the following: children are loved, valued, nurtured, protected, empowered, and supported. To ensure that our children are loved, our strategies will advocate for and promote children's rights and responsibilities, advocate for relationships of care, trust, and connection between children and their caregivers and families, enhance measures to ensure children are free from racism, discrimination, and stigma, provide a full range of opportunities for children to develop, express, and celebrate their talents. To value our children, the strategies will design and implement a national social and behavior change communication campaign, create opportunities for children's achievements to be recognized and celebrated, celebrate diversity and foster inclusion. To ensure our children are nurtured, the policy directs that we provide support to families, family environments, and caregivers to care for children, ensure the provision of quality physical and mental health services for children, enhance access to quality inclusive education services, including early childhood development and learning opportunities, provide safe, child-friendly spaces for recreation and play. To ensure children are well protected, the strategies dictate that we strengthen measures to prevent, identify, report, and respond to abuse, abduction, exploitation, trafficking, and neglect. Enhance measures to reduce children's involvement in violence and support their rehabilitation and restoration. Enhance measures to prevent child labor and children's involvement in hazardous work. Strengthen measures to prepare for, mitigate, respond to, and recover from emergencies and disasters. To achieve the empowerment of our children, our strategies will provide opportunities for children to participate in the decisions that affect them and the wider society, enhance access to information and services aimed at reducing risky behavior and facilitating informed decision-making, provide children with opportunities for civic engagement and community service, provide children with equal access to the skills, knowledge, and capabilities for success in life, learning, and work. To give our children the best support possible, the strategies will enhance legislative and policy frameworks to support children's well-being, increase the provision of social protection mechanisms to support children and their families, enhance the provision, development, and operationalization of support systems and specialized services for children, ensure a coordinated approach to planning and provision of effective support systems and services for children, establish a national research agenda to provide strong empirical support in child well-being policies and strategies, and design and deliver support services to satisfy the diverse needs and priorities of children and their caregivers. In addition to these thematic areas and related strategies, the policy also highlights 6 key areas of priority. These areas of priority include early childhood development, social protection, health, special needs, education, and child protection. Once these strategic objectives are implemented and areas of focus emphasized and invested in, it is envisaged the vision of this policy will be achieved, which is for all children to be happy, healthy, and confident that their rights are respected, protected, and promoted to facilitate their holistic development towards achieving their fullest potential as constructive members of society now and in the future. Madam Speaker, most importantly, especially at this time, the policy includes an extensive implementation plan, which includes a comprehensive communication strategy. This plan relies on multi-sectoral collaboration and cooperation and outlines clear roles and responsibilities for each stakeholder. The policy ensures that there are no silos, but instead a common goal, clear objectives, well-stated outputs and outcomes. The implementation plan will be pursued through the establishment of various structures, mechanisms, and processes identified in the policy. Thus, it is envisaged that the plan will facilitate a more effective and deeper way of collaboration across government and all relevant sectors. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all children, UNICEF, groups, individuals, agencies, and ministries who dedicated time and support to the Office of the Prime Minister throughout the policy development process. I also wish to call all implementing partners to action as we begin implementation of this very important policy. May God bless the children of this nation and all persons in our beloved twin island of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Personal explanations, introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister, public business, government business, motions.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided by subsection 3 of section 4 of the Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that as soon as may be after the Election and Boundaries Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, has submitted a report under paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 4 of the Act, the Minister shall lay before the House of Representatives for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications, to the recommendations contained within the report. And whereas the Commission has submitted a report to the Minister in accordance with the provisions of subsection 1 of section 4 of the Act, and whereas the draft of an order entitled the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020, given effect to the recommendations of the Commission, was laid before the House of Representatives on the 9th day of December 2020, be it resolved that the draft of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020, be approved. Madam Speaker, Section 71 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago established an Elections and Boundaries Commission, having just mentioned it as the Commission. And that act provided inter alia that the Commission shall define and review the boundaries of the electoral districts into which an electoral area is or is to be divided, and shall submit to the Minister reports either A, showing the constituencies into which it recommends that an electoral area should be divided in order to give effect to the rules set out in the second schedule, or B, stating that in the opinion of the Commission, no alteration is required to the existing number of boundaries of electoral districts in order to give effect to the said rules. On the 8th of September 2020, the Commission submitted to the Minister a report which is recommended that for the purposes of the elections to the Tobago House of Assembly, no alteration is required to the existing number of electoral districts into which the electoral area mentioned in Part 3 of the first schedule to the Act is divided and should be as defined in the schedule to this order. Madam Speaker, that in summary is the recommendation that is before us today. As some members of this House would know, the Tobago House of Assembly is constituted of 12 electoral districts. And, Madam Speaker, the last election in Tobago, as some members here would remember, there were these same 12 districts, and the total electorate in Tobago that qualified to participate in the election in August 2016 was 48,677 electors. Today, in the report before us, as presented by the Election and Boundaries Commission, the voting population of Tobago has grown from 48,677 to 50,789. Madam Speaker, under the rules as described early on, as set out in the relevant law, the size of an electoral district in Tobago cannot legally be 25% above or 25% below the average for the voting population. Madam Speaker, the 25% above the lowest electorate in Tobago would be 4,699 per district. 25% below the highest would be 3,487. With a population of 50,789 and using the rules as stated, the highest electoral district in Tobago is limited to 4,649 electors, and the lowest number that is approvable is 3,759. Against that background, Madam Speaker, and the recommendation which I mentioned coming to us from the Commission, these are the total numbers as approved and recommended by the Commission to this House. For Bacalet Mount St. George, 3,839. Belgarden East, Roxburgh Delaford, 3,849. Bethel Mount Irvin, 4,587. Blackrock Wim Spring Garden, 4,649. Buku Mount Pleasant, 4,552. Canaan Bonaccord, 4,125. Goodwood Belgarden West, 4,275. Lambo Signal Hill, 4,533. Palatuver Lansfamy Speyside, 3,759. Plymouth Golden Lane, 3,975. Providence Mason Hall Moriah, 4,433. And Scarborough Calder Hall, 4,213, for a grand total of 50,789. Madam Speaker, one would gather from these numbers as allocated within each electoral district that none is 25% above or more than 25% above, and none is less than 25% below. So all of these districts have, even though the voting population has grown a bit in the various districts, and I could indicate, Madam Speaker, how they have grown district by district. In 2016, Bacalet St. George had 3,654 electors. In 2020, approved for the next election, which is due, 3,839. Belgarden East, Roxburgh Delaford had 3,736 in the last election. They now have 3,849. Bethel Mount Irvin had 4,335 in 2016. That has grown to 4,587. Blackrock Wim Spring Garden had 4,462 in 2016. By 2020, that has grown to 4,649. Buku Mount Pleasant had 4,326. That has grown to 4,552. Canaan Bonaccord had 3,970. That has grown to 4,125. Goodwood Belgarden West had 4,128 in 2016. That has grown to 4,275. Lambo Signal Hill had 4,320 in 2016. Today it has 4,533. Palatuver Lansfamy Speyside had 3,625. That has grown to 3,759. Plymouth Golden Lane had 3,826 in 2016. That has grown to 3,975. Providence Mason Hall had 4,241. That has grown to 4,433. And Scarborough Calder Hall had 4,054 in 2016, and that has grown to 4,213. Madam Speaker, you would have observed from those numbers that in the various electoral districts, the increase has been approximately 200, slightly above, slightly below. And therefore, we can account for the electors in that way. Madam Speaker, as you would be aware, the Tobago House of Assembly has been dissolved a little while earlier in November. The relevant communication has been made between the Chief Secretary, the President, and consultation with the Prime Minister as the law requires. The date has been set for the Tobago House of Assembly election, January 24th, 2021, and nomination day is January 4th, 2021. Madam Speaker, to the best of our knowledge, the Election and Boundaries Commission is ready to conduct this election with its usual efficiency, and on that basis, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose a question for debate. Be it resolved that a draft of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020 be approved. Member for Sanwan, Baratari Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to this motion relating to the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government, and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020, and the approval of same for the conduct of the THA elections. And before I begin, just as a matter of correction, I think the Prime Minister would have said the elections is on the 24th of January. The elections are, in fact, based on the reports that I've seen, the 25th of January 2020. So that's the first thing I observed in the contribution of the Prime Minister. Now, looking at the report, Madam Speaker, which is the 12th report of the Elections and Boundaries Commission on the boundaries of the electoral districts in the electoral area of Tobago, dated the 8th of September 2020, which was received by Senator the Honourable Saddam Hosein, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And looking at the report, as pointed out by the Prime Minister, there are no changes to the electoral districts in Tobago in terms of the boundaries. There have been very slight adjustments in terms of the population. And based on the report, that increase went up from 2016 to 2020 by 2,122 persons of the voting population. And as the 12 electoral districts were in fact outlined, we see that there was very minute numbers in terms of the voting population in all 12 electoral districts. Just under 200 in some areas that the population would have grown. So that would have been the reason why the EBC, in conducting their constitutional duty, would not have changed the boundaries, because all would have been complying with Rule 3 and 2 of the electoral rules that they have to guide themselves by when adjusting boundaries. So basically, Madam Speaker, before us there is no contention in terms of the boundary shifts or changes, because there are none. The elections will be conducted based on the exact same boundaries that the 2016 elections would have been conducted. There's only one matter that I would just like to look at, and based on what transpired in the last THA election, was that a validation act had to be passed in terms of the date in which the election was in fact announced. I looked at the calculation of the numbers. If election date is on the 25th of January, it is correct that nomination day is on the 4th as announced. And when you look at the Representation of the People's Act, as long as the writ of elections are issued before the 21st of December, therefore we would in fact be in compliance with the law, and the elections would in fact be validly held. And this is also consistent with Section 22 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, which states that the elections cannot be held earlier than 2 months from the date of dissolution of the House, but not later than 3 months. So the latest date is the 18th of January. The earliest date is the 18th of January to call the election, and the latest date would have been the 18th of February for the elections to be held. So we are in compliance with the statutory provisions as outlined in the THA Act. And based on the fact that the THA was dissolved on the 17th of November 2020. So basically, the report that is presented by the EBC, there's no contention with respect to what is therefore contained inside it. And Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Barataria San Juan for correcting a misspeaking that I did. I mentioned January 24th, when in fact it should be January 25th. So let me make it abundantly clear that the elections in Tobago are scheduled for Monday, January 25th. So thank you very much, member for South Barataria San Juan. But Madam Speaker, those of us who spend some time with the ecclesiastical documents would know it being said that out of the mouths of babes and sucklings can come great wisdom. The member for Barataria San Juan just made a statement which I could not, Madam Speaker, not draw to the attention of the House and by extension the wider national community, because it's a very comforting and valuable statement. The statement was that he accepted, he and his team, I presume he speaks for his team, he accepted that the fact that there are no changes to be made, as recommended by the EBC and accepted by the Parliament, as we do now, that the EBC, and I'm quoting him, has done its constitutional duty and recommended no change to the boundaries. And Madam Speaker, why do I raise that as a very comforting statement? It is because, Madam Speaker, not too long ago, another one of his colleagues, in trying to describe to the population her disastrous reign, said to the population that with respect to seats being apportioned in the country, in constituencies, in total disregard for what has been accepted here without rancor this evening by the member for Barataria San Juan, that the shifting of boundaries, the adjustment of boundaries in this country is the constitutional duty of the Election and Boundaries Commission and the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. So today, I'm very happy that a member of the UNC has put that on record in the Parliament. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I would end on the note that I hope that that erases from the minds of all those who would have heard the leader of the opposition say that the reason why elections are won by the PNM is because they have small seats in Diego Martin, and Diego Martin have 3 seats, and Siparia only has 1 seat. That piece of misinformation, Madam Speaker, this afternoon, Madam Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan has put that in its perspective and given the lie to what has been said, that changes of boundaries are not done by political parties, but done by the EBC under its constitutional duty. And having said that, Madam Speaker, maybe I must be the only person who believes that there's hope from our colleagues on the other side, and on that basis, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the draft of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2020 be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
crave the indulgence of the House. The Minister of Trade and Industry is here. I am surprised that she's not in the chamber. She's here. She was here since earlier. Yes. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. You could talk about chaos.
The Minister of Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely apologize to you and to the other members in this House. I didn't realize that you were ready for me. So it gives me great pleasure to be here. Madam Speaker, I beg to move motion number 1, standing in my name. Madam Speaker, in moving this motion, I seek the leave of the House in accordance with Standing Order 51 to debate along with this motion number 2 on the order paper, which relates to the same subject.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not the view of the opposition, and we object to both motions being done concurrent or together.
So, Minister, having regard to the position, we'll have to do them in sequential order, 1 and then 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 56(1)(a) of the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, that the House of Representatives may, from time to time, by resolution, provide that any class of goods specified in the resolution shall be exempt from import duties of customs if the goods are imported or entered for use by any person for any purpose specified in the resolution during any period to be fixed by the Minister in each particular case, not being a period terminating later than the date prescribed in the resolution as the last day on which such an exemption shall be operative, and subject to such conditions as the Minister may impose. And whereas by legal notice number 157 of 2017, the last resolution in respect of the goods identified therein came into effect on 1st January 2018, would expire on 31st December 2020. And whereas it is expedient that the goods continue to be exempt from import duties of customs as of 1st January 2021, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from import duties of customs for the period beginning 1st January 2021 and ending 31st December 2023. The classes of goods imported and entered for use in Trinidad and Tobago for the following purposes set out in Part A of the list of conditional duty exemptions in the 3rd schedule to the Customs Act. A, Roman 1 for approved industry. B, Roman 2 for approved agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. And C, Roman 3 for approved hotels. D, Roman 4 for approved mining purposes. And E, Roman 5 for approved purposes, other approved purposes. This resolution will come into effect on 1st January 2021. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the motion is to seek an extension for the benefits granted pursuant to Section 56(1)(a) of the Customs Act. And I sought to find out a little bit of history about this. This is the 3rd time that I'm actually moving this particular motion. And so I found out that this was actually introduced since 1959, these types of concessions. And introduced since then, these concessions Introduced since then, these concessions provide relief of customs duty to manufacturers and processors in the private sector. And prior to attaining political independence, the manufacturing sector was driven by the processing of raw materials for local and export usage. And we're talking about, and we would all know, sugar and rum and petroleum products and pitch. And somewhat time in 1948, attempts were made to stimulate the secondary industries and establish a genuine manufacturing sector and one that can be a source of revenue generation for the economy. So on the heels of passing the Aid to Pioneer Industries Ordinance in 1950, Trinidad and Tobago began to pursue its industrialization, which included, among other measures, the granting of incentives and concessions to potential investors. And I believe it really took on in the 80s. That's when the sector took on a different profile and went to another level. So, Madam Speaker, under the Section 56 of the Customs Act, import duty concessions may be granted for a specific period to approved enterprises for approved projects. And to date, the purposes for which concessions are granted are set out in the 3rd schedule of the Customs Act, Part A, and it's called List of Conditional Duty Exemptions, and as for the approved industries, as I had called out earlier. Under this schedule, concessions are conditionally granted to qualifying manufacturing and processing and other relevant companies incorporated in Trinidad and Tobago. And companies involved in these qualifying activities benefit from the exemptions of payments of customs duty on items that they import as supplies for their manufacturing or their processing or their other needs. And these items include machinery, equipment, raw materials, and in some cases, packaging materials. And you would know that this is concerned with the CET. And in 1991, Trinidad and Tobago applied the CARICOM Common External Tariff. Most of you would know it as the CET, based on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System. Again, you would know it as HS codes. And the list of conditional duty exemptions we are referring to is included in an appendix to the CET as List A. And that list lists items and approved activities in detail for which the application of the CET may be waived. And a CARICOM member may choose not to use some or all of the exemptions and apply the CET instead. It depends on the member state. Right? So this List A is CARICOM approved, and it applies to all member states. And there are modifications made from time to time, and this may occur, but it's done at the level of CARICOM. And that is, should any member state be interested in removing or adding any new area to the schedule, the CARICOM Secretariat must be engaged. And Trinidad and Tobago, I'll tell you, has not for some time added or modified, hasn't had the need to do so. Madam Speaker, so this is of great benefit to the manufacturing sector and to the other areas that I had spoken of. And it is that it gives you the opportunity to acquire foreign inputs that are otherwise locally or regionally not available. And this allows access to raw materials and to very modern equipment and technology at world market prices. Over the period January 2018 to October 2020, 136 companies of varying sizes would have benefited from these customs duty exemptions as provided under the existing resolutions. And of those companies, 134 were non-energy companies operating primarily in the manufacturing and agricultural sectors, whereas 2 were energy-related, and these 2 would be NP and what was then Petrotrin. And for the same period, there was no record of utilization. So I'm saying this up front, even though I'll give a little description after. There was no record of utilization of concessions by companies involved in the remaining approved industries, which, as I said before, I'm talking about hotels, mining purposes, and other approved purposes. it is important to note that there's a cost to this. So over that period, the revenue foregone from granting import duty concessions to the 136 companies tallied $704 million. And you would find that this is a tall order, but there's a benefit to it. So looking a bit closer at the numbers, of the 134 non-energy businesses, 108 are involved in manufacturing, while the remaining 26 businesses are undertaking activities in agriculture, in livestock, in forestry, in fisheries. And the benefits granted to these firms, among other things, really bolster their ability to compete internationally. And you would find, looking at the export figures, all of those, I looked at the particular period, exports amounted to approximately 18 billion TT dollars in goods over the said period. So we're looking at a sacrifice of 704 million TT to exports of 18 billion TT in goods over the period. And of course, you would then agree with me that these provisions allow a level playing field for our domestic entities when they are trading globally. And through the administering of import duty concessions under the 3rd schedule of the Customs Act, I can tell you that the Ministry of Trade and Industry has facilitated significant investments made by these concessioners over the period. And all of that would have contributed to government's diversification thrust, particularly in the manufacturing sector. So if it is that it has not been an entirely new entity, manufacturers would have been investing and reinvesting in plant and equipment and expanding as well. So that the exemptions have really proven to be a success in terms of bolstering business expansion in the manufacturing sector. And so they've used it also to diversify their products and their activities and to physically expand their operations. Now, and when I speak about expansion of activities, for instance, I'll give you one example, like if you just take Angostura in this year alone, I can think of 3 new products which have come up, being the Angostura cocoa bitters, their white oak watermelon drink, and also their sorrel bitters, which was launched just about a week ago. You continually see new stocks on the market, so you would have seen Bermuda's new Nude, which would have been out in the last 2 years or so. Carib, you would have seen their recent Carib champagne drink, which is quite wonderful, but it's hit the market by storm. So, and of course, in terms of new industries, you would have had, in expansion, as a matter of fact, you would have had, for instance, Bermuda's, who has built a $200 million plant in Chaguanas. And so these, as I said before, this benefit was introduced at a time when the manufacturing sector was in its embryonic stage. And of course, it has contributed to the growth of this sector. So much so, it's the 3rd largest sector to the GDP in Trinidad and Tobago. Just let me say briefly how the sector has been performing. It remains one of the more dynamic sectors in the domestic economy. Growth has been steady and really critical, as I said, to Trinidad and Tobago's diversification. The economy, that is. And for the period 2015 to 2019, the manufacturing sector would have accounted for an average 19.3% of GDP. And of course, creating quite a number of sustainable jobs, approximately 52,000 persons employed in the sector. So, and despite all of the economic cycles and trials and the pandemic and so on, the sector really has exhibited its resilience. And so much so that they are now, I looked at the 2019 figure, Madam Speaker, and the non-energy manufacturing exports are now valued at 11 billion TT dollars. That's in 2019, and they have reached 120 markets spanning most regions in the world. I want to go very quickly because time flies. I go to agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. So this also is of equal importance in terms of the development and the sustainability of the agriculture and agro-processing sectors. And for the period under consideration, which is January 2018 to October 2020, 26 agricultural businesses, including poultry, fruit and vegetable farming, fish and seafood processing, and beekeeping, all utilize concessions provided under Section 56 of the Customs Act. And of course, Madam Speaker, we all bore witness to the impact of the pandemic on overall global food supply chains. And therefore, it's a lesson to ensure resilience. We must become a more self-sustained economy. We must focus on expanding the domestic supply and also consumption of our agricultural products as well. Essentially, we should grow and what we eat. And with government policies, and we would know of the 500 million TT dollars that have been that the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet has approved for the agricultural industry for this year, this fiscal period. This is a signal to our commitment to growing the sector, and of course, really sending home the importance of expanding our agricultural products, and of course also ensuring that we look at the linkages with the manufacturing sector so that they become inputs into the manufacturing sector, Madam Speaker. So the continuation of the exemptions to businesses operating in the agriculture and agro-processing sectors will ensure that they are not disadvantaged as it relates to acquiring all of the necessary advanced machinery and technology and equipment for sustaining and improving their activities. I just want to stop for a brief moment and tell you some of those that would have benefited in the agricultural sector during this period. For instance, Arawak and Company Limited would have utilized the benefit to acquire raw materials, machinery and equipment. Then you would have had smaller companies like Carmel Valley Estate using it again for machinery and equipment, Erin Farms Limited raw material for the purchase of raw materials without duty, Ken Farms again, another young industry, using it for raw materials and machinery and equipment as well. So I would go now to approved hotels. Madam Speaker, the pandemic brought quite an unexpected economic shock for the region, and as a region we are highly dependent on tourism. This is, as a region, it is a significant contributor to GDP in the vast majority of the region's small island economies. And literally the industry has been brought to a virtual standstill as on account of travel restrictions and border closures and so on, which were imposed to flatten the curves. Trinidad and Tobago's, in particular Tobago's tourism industry, though one of our smaller sectors with regard to its contribution to GDP, was also hard hit. But the goal is now to restore our local tourism industry and to encourage deeper business linkages and sustainable investments. And in this regard, the provision of customs duty exemptions is fundamental in stimulating economic activity in this sector. I had said before that there were no users of this particular provision in the last 3 years. However, we are all elated by the recent announcement of my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. He would have announced that there are 3 international hotel brands set to open in Trinidad and Tobago in 2021. The Radisson Blu Hotel, I think it's pronounced Brie, but it's BRIX, the Brie Hotel by Marriott, and of course, Comfort Inn Suites in Tobago. And I know of another brand that is being looked at right now. I want you to know, however, that these hotels, these kinds of investments within the hotel industry also benefit from a myriad of concessions, most of them under the Tourism Development Act. And of course, these new investments that I've mentioned are heartening. They attest to the continued confidence in our economy. And of course, that is despite these very difficult times. Let me just speak to the mining for mining purposes, although as I had said before, I'm reminding you that there were no takers under this particular category. So mining, I'll just say that mining and quarrying activities in Trinidad and Tobago are closely linked to the construction sector, which is a key sector of the economy, which contributes significantly to employment generation, capacity expansion, and social stability in terms of public infrastructure development. And of course, Madam Speaker, making reference to our review of the economy in 2020, that for 2019, mining and quarrying contributed 18.3% of real GDP. So that mineral production is integral to national development. So we're going to retain the incentives for these particular activities, noting, of course, that there were no firms because Trinidad and Tobago supplies its own aggregate and so on, and those particular businesses wishing to access machinery and equipment relative to this type of business and this sector would, of course, still be able to benefit during the coming period, which is for another 3 years. I go now to approved purposes, the other approved purposes. The other purposes for which customs exemptions are being sought include navigation equipment for boats, equipment to be used in sports and recreational activities, and public transport type vehicles. And the government recognizes that there can be both health and economic benefits to be gained from encouraging sporting and recreational activities. And furthermore, this administration sees the potential in promoting sports tourism as a viable industry, so that the provision of the duty exemptions for these activities is essential to achieving this goal. And if properly harnessed, the government is of the view that these sectors can have meaningful contributions to our economic development and diversification thrust. So, Madam Speaker, I have identified several industries and spoken to them and the importance of these industries to our economic well-being. I have given you an insight of some of the particular businesses that benefit from them and the kind of expansionary activity that we've had, particularly in the manufacturing sector. They all play a significant role in the diversification of our economy. And some are pivotal to the reduction of the country's food import bill, generation of foreign exchange, and the provision of substantial and sustainable employment. Madam Speaker, I'm going to stop right here, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from import duties of customs for the period beginning 1st January 2021 and ending 31st December 2023, the classes of goods imported and entered for use in Trinidad and Tobago for the following purposes, set out in Part A of the list of conditional duty exemptions in the 3rd schedule to the Customs Act. A, Roman numeral 1 for approved industry. B, Roman numeral 2 for approved agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. C, Roman numeral 3 for approved in hotels. D, Roman numeral 4 for approved mining purposes. And E, Roman numeral 5 for other approved purposes. This resolution shall come into effect on the 1st of January 2021. Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I join in this debate with respect to motion 1 on the order paper. Very important motion in terms of developing and growing our economy. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was very disappointed in the contribution of the Honourable Minister, given that this is not the first time that such a motion is being moved for exemptions under the Customs Act for the purposes of approved industry, approved agriculture, livestock, forestry and fisheries, approved hotels, approved mining purposes, other approved purposes. And the Minister has come, in my respectful view, with mere rhetoric, fluff and gloss. The Honourable Minister has not given us any empirical data to show that the exemptions granted the last time Minister came with the motion, and for previous times under their administration, that these exemptions have done something to indeed grow industry, to grow agriculture, to grow livestock, forestry and fisheries, with respect to hotels, with respect to approved mining business and other approved purposes. Indeed, if we were to examine the empirical data, the quantitative data, not quantifiable, not qualitative, the quantifiable data, we would see that we have done worse than before the exemptions. The Minister, again, rhetoric, it is just fluff, it is gloss, says these exemptions have played a pivotal role in diversification. Diversification. Madam Speaker, when our import bill, food import bill has increased rather than decreased. So how is it helping in agriculture, fisheries and so on? Minister says pivotal role in diversification for sustainable employment. What we've seen is, in fact, thousands of persons lost their jobs. Thousands lost their jobs before COVID. And thousands more continue to lose their jobs during COVID. And post-COVID, we don't expect any better. So we're looking at this. The first time Minister presented this exemption, of course it has been utilized by many previous governments since about 1959. So are we just trumping and following suit administration after administration? Are we making a review of how these exemptions work, who benefits and how much they benefit, and what is in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago? So since 1959, Hansard, 15 December 2017, we can check there where it is said this was since 1959. However, the relevant sections are deemed to have come into force on 1 March 1991, Section 56. So we approved these exemptions too. And the last exemption was granted via Legal Notice 157 from 1st January 2018 to 31st December 2020. So a period of 3 years. So the past 3 years, these exemptions have been in place. The present motion is brought within the prescribed time frame to have an extension for another 3 years. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of these waivers, these exemptions? By removing customs duties on imports in specific sectors to target specific industries. And usually this targeting is done for protection of the industry and or for development and growth of the particular sector. During the period of governance of this government, we have seen no deliberate focus on energy industry development in major sectors to protect our economic base. There is more evidence of a deliberate attack on specific sectors over the past 5 years. These attacks have come either as a result of an overt attempt to destroy a sector or by reason of negligence and incompetence on the part of this government. Madam Speaker, let's look at employment in specific sectors. Let's look at the provisions under the 3rd schedule to the Customs Act for impact on that particular sector. Let's look at sector performance reports for agriculture, livestock, forestry, fisheries, approved hotels, approved mining purposes. And these are the ones targeted in the particular motion and with respect to the customs exemptions, tariff exemptions, and maybe. Exemptions for agriculture must be measured in the context of how much output has resulted from the past 3 years whilst this exemption was subsisting. Central bank data has output data on primary produce in the agriculture sector, and we can look at it. We can get quantitative data as to how these exemptions have assisted in agricultural production. We look at central bank data and we will see massive declines in output. Let's take, for example, production of tomatoes. 2017 in kilograms, 2,648. 2018 decreased down to 1,678. 2019 down to 1,700. We have a 36% decline during the period of this particular exemption. We look at the production of cabbage. 2017, 435 kilograms. 2018, 756, and we are down to 365 kilograms in 2019. 16% decline. Let us look at the production of dasheen. 2017, 3,224 kilograms. 2019, 2,097, a 35% decline, Madam Speaker. So we don't need to just come and say we are protecting these sectors, we are promoting these sectors for sustainable development and growth, when the data is saying the total opposite. The data gives a lie to the fluff and to the gloss and to the rhetoric. Let's look at pumpkin. Let's look at melanchion. And we will see in most of these primary agricultural products, production of tomatoes, 36% decline. Production of cabbage, 16% decline. Production of dasheen, 35% decline. Production of pigeon peas, 40% decline. And Madam Speaker, I'm told pigeon peas is something very easy to grow. In fact, I planted some and they're taller than me now, those trees. It's something that we can grow easily. So it is clear that the exemptions alone are not working for these broad categories of farmers. Therefore, much more is needed to give us the sustainable development the Minister speaks about. And we can look at, for example, what are the issues? Is it because you need an exemption that you will do better if you get an exemption, a customs exemption? Or is it because there are other factors militating against the farmers and the agriculture sector? Let's take, for example, what we've been seeing is all the complaints on the farmers who are pre-deal larceny. A serious issue. So the exemption alone will not do what the Minister says it will do. Sustainable growth and development, great employment, no. That cannot do it. In February of this year, The Guardian ran an expose on the failure of the pre-deal larceny interdiction unit. The article says, headline, Farmer says the squad not helping, published Saturday, 29 February 2020. In the article, Farmer Ramdev Bundu, head of the Root and Tuber Producers Association, has in essence been, he says, has been ineffective, the squad has been ineffective in arresting offenders. Farmers are at the mercy of criminals, as so many other people in this country, the mercy of the criminals. And you know, all that is also reflective of the failure of this government to properly resource the police with the necessary resources. CNC3 ran a story as recent as October 17 of this year, headline, Farmer kills man stealing plantains. Farmer kills man stealing plantains. The incident, as reported by CNC3, involved 3 bandits, one who was armed with a firearm. As a result, the farmer took matters into his own hands to protect himself, and the levels of larceny has resulted in farmers calling for firearms users' license to protect themselves. So the government has failed when it comes to resourcing the police service, and therefore the farmers cannot depend on that squad. Let's look at the exemption of approved hotels. And before we... Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Speaker, if we look at what is also happening, the review of the economy, GDP at current market price, the contribution of agriculture, forestry, fishery, 2017, $1.8 billion. By the time we get to 2019 and these exemptions are in place, we see GDP at current market price down to 1.6 billion. So that too has also fallen. Madam Speaker, I spoke about agriculture and the impact of these exemptions, whether it is benefiting the farmers. The Minister has not given us any indication of how many farmers benefited in the agriculture sector, how many persons. When I read the Hansard for the last time this motion came, if my memory serves me right, only 8 farmers benefited. Minister, tell me I'm wrong. I stand to be corrected. But in the Hansard, the last time this motion was debated, we heard for the prior period, 8 farmers. So how many really, Minister, benefited from the exemption? And how has it impacted on production, on output? That is a very important measure. In assessing a measure that you have in place for increasing output in the sector and so on, for growth, development, employment, we need to look at the numbers. It is not sufficient, Honourable Minister, to come to the Parliament and just say, oh, these things are very good. We're going to grow here. We'll do this. We'll do that. What is the data? What is the empirical data? We come to the exemption of approved hotels. The motion calls for an extension of the waiver for approved hotels. Government will speak about their glowing efforts in this sector, hospitality and tourism. The Minister will speak of promised support for this hotel industry. But the record in this industry is at odds with what is being said. Let us be reminded, we have witnessed the marvels of a $7 million Hilton Hotel swimming pool. We have seen the failed Sanders deal. We have seen the callous withdrawal of funding for the TT Hospitality and Tourism Institute, which caused a permanent closure of that institute. This resulted in a great vacuum in the access of tertiary level education for the hospitality and tourism sector. The government has said that UWI has options there, but of course we know you cannot enroll in baking and bartending and cooking and that broad spectrum of skills that we got under the TTHIT. To show that government is failing in this sector, and thus the failing of reliance solely on the mere exemption, madam, that's the point I'm making. The mere exemption will not do what the Minister is telling this House it will do. Diversify, sustainable growth, development, employment. That exemption will not work on its own. A Newsday article of Sunday, 1st November 2020, titled, Tobago Hoteliers in the Dark Over COVID-19 Recovery Plan. In the article, the Hotel and Tourism Association Vice President, Carol Ann Birchwood James, is quoted as saying, and I quote, madam, there are no real plans as to how we should move forward. She said that several hoteliers have not received clientele since March 2020. This does not paint a picture of a sector that is engaged and supported by the government. We also know and understand the importance of tourism to the economy of Tobago. You know, they will bleat each time and say, we don't care about Tobago. They have a monopoly over Tobago. They are the ones who care. And yet the Tobago economy has the one that's been hardest hit under this government. Hardest hit under this government. However, despite having a Tobago Prime Minister, the callous actions of this government has really flattened the Tobago economy. Let's look at some of the data for the tourism sector, madam, to see how this exemption, this help for the tourism sector has impacted on benefits in that sector. Now, review of the tourism industry of Trinidad and Tobago, a data-given perspective, was completed in 2018 by the Trinidad Hotels, Restaurants and Tourism Association. In this report, they showed in clear detail the neglect of the sector by this government. The Ministry of Tourism had received at the time of the report a decline in allocation from just under 90 million in the first budget, so 90 million in the first budget, 2015, to 55.9 million. So expenditure was cut by more than 1/3, despite hotel accommodation tax generating in excess of 56 million TT dollars in 2017. Hotel accommodation tax is just one stream of revenue to the state from this industry. There's also personal income tax of employees, corporation tax, payments that accrue from licensed operations such as Hilton, Hyatt, and others, and the general economy surrounding the hospitality and tourism industry, which creates employment along the tourism value chain, from taxi drivers to farmers and tourist sites. So let's look at the allocations, madam. So the mere exemption is not what is going to grow this sector of the economy. The mere exemption will not bring diversification. The mere exemption will not bring employment. Listen to these figures, please, madam. Allocations of the national budget, the source Ministry of Finance, estimates of expenditure. Recurrent expenditure allocation in 2014 under the government I led was 167.498. By the time you get to 2018, it is 55.8. When you look at the total estimates, total allocations in hundreds of thousands, it was in 2018, 78.565. In 2014, the actual was 189.34. So you have repeatedly under-resourced the sector, and you are saying by this exemption, you will grow the sector. It is not working. It is not working. The Hotel Association lamented that the government disbanded the Tourism Development Company and did not have the successor companies up and running. There are still issues with the work of the successor companies for Trinidad and Tobago marketing to this day. To make matters worse, at the time when the government was tabling the prior exemptions, that's the last time, in Parliament, they were busy cancelling the contracts of the international advertising and public relations firms, our overseas marketing reps. So even prior to this, with the last set of exemptions, they were shutting down the industry. This government's record has been abysmal in the tourism sector. Let us come now to exemption for approved mining purposes. Another one for exemptions under the proposed motion, extension of the waiver of the customs and so on. Mining purposes is expected to be granted by the passage of this motion. There are questions, madam, in my respectful view, that need to be answered. Which P&M finances have benefited from these exemptions in the mining sector? Which finances have been given the benefits from exemptions in the mining sector? Therefore, tell us, during the last period of exemptions, who were the entities who benefited from these exemptions? The country needs to know that, especially, today's World Anti-Corruption Day. We need transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker. So who are the entities benefiting from the existing exemptions? And so we'll get an idea of which entities will benefit when the exemptions are now extended. You see, because the mining sector has always been one with a lot of dangers and difficulties. We remember when it was the Jamaat al-Muslimin who talked about being given all these lucrative mining contracts. So this is a serious, serious matter. If my memory is right, that organization had raised several things in an affidavit that went to court, madam, in terms of the granting of certain contracts for mining. How much financial gain have these entities benefited from by way of the exemptions? How much? How many of them? How much? Have any state lands recently gifted to persons been earmarked for mining activities? Any? I think there was a farm, maybe another MP will raise it, about a farm that the Minister of Agriculture, what is the word? Yes, that the Minister of Agriculture removed from ParlView, therefore giving it to someone else. These are larger questions the public would like to know, because whilst the engine of the economy is grinding to a halt, there are P&M insiders which seem to be laughing all the way to the bank. So let's look at the track record of industry development over the past 5 years. Government has failed over their tenure to shepherd the economy properly. The Central Bank Quarterly Index of Real Economic Activity shows, as in publications by the Central Bank, outlines the decline from the quarter ended December 2016, prior to the last exemptions being granted. When this is compared with the index as at the last date, with records available up to June 2019, we see a marked decline in non-energy sector as follows. Non-energy itself declined 5 basis points. This basically means that all activity outside of oil and gas has declined significantly. These are the industries the minister is seeking to give these exemptions to. Manufacturing has declined by 100 basis points. And this is at June 2019, you know. This is pre-COVID. Pre-COVID. Manufacturing, as I say, by 100 basis points. This is a disastrous decline and shows government's abject failure prior to COVID-19 to address the economic decline. In construction, the decline was in excess of 6 points. This decline is symptomatic of the malaise in the sector, usually driven by state projects. Government has all but collapsed home construction in the last 5 years. The former Minister of Housing, who now serves as the Minister of Tourism, attempted to rubbish the UNC's plan for a home-owning democracy, instead push it for a so-called roof-over-your-head democracy in one budget presentation. But their abysmal performance in construction, it serves as a wonder if the government believes that a waiver for quarrying equipment would be sufficient to support the needs of the sector. Quarterly activity index, I've read some of it already, for the energy, manufacturing, construction, all in decline. Other services also in decline. So let's measure the value of this exemption. That's the only way we know, this is a good thing, let's do it. We don't want to come and say the government is so nice, they're good people, generous, giving all these exemptions. Does it work? Is it helping? Is it growing the economy? Is it diversifying the economy? So the question I think citizens would like to know is how do they benefit from the exemption? Secondly, has the regime of exemptions been applied fairly across the board? So yes, there are exemptions. Is there any criteria? Or is that any Tom, Dick, and Harry Lal who puts in for an exemption, they get it? That is why we need to know who are the entities or which entities have benefited for all these exemptions. What is the level of local content participation in the waivers? The government owes it to the country to present to Parliament the details of the waivers as pertains to whether the beneficiary companies and institutions are largely local or foreign. That's a very important point. Is it that local companies benefit equally or to a greater extent than foreign companies from these exemptions? We need to get the details. Further, we need to know what is the quantum and dollar value of the exemptions that redound to the benefit of locals versus foreign entities. That's a very important point. Are these things benefiting the foreign companies more than the local companies, these benefits and these exemptions? We need to know that. We know how many. We need to know the quantum and dollar value, what it is. This measure is important because it gives local stakeholders detail as to the level of support their foreign competitors are accessing. It would also enable policymakers to ascertain the full level of fiscal benefit extracted by foreign entities. We recognize the importance of wooing, phoning on foreign investors to ensure they contribute to the development of our nation. We do understand that these gains must be mutual for them to be sustainable. However, we on this side also subscribe to the mantra that for it to be managed, it must be measured. Therefore, government owes it to the taxpayer a full disclosure of the final beneficiaries of these exemptions. The last time the exemption came, I mentioned it before, 15 December 2017, the Honourable Minister said, and I quote, "These concessions enable companies incorporated in TNT and engaged in the aforementioned sectors to acquire the necessary foreign inputs such as raw materials, machinery, and equipment at world market prices without being subject to customs duties on entry. These benefits allow domestic businesses to obtain raw materials that are otherwise unavailable in the local and regional markets, and to access modern equipment and technology that improve their productivity. It is also important to note that this provision ensures that companies are not placed at a disadvantage in terms of their international competitiveness. competitiveness. Very nice words, Madam Speaker. I totally subscribe to it. But again, subscribe to these words, subscribe to this thinking. But again, if you have no detail, no data, no quantifiable data, then it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Nothing whatsoever. The minister then said, for the period January 1, 2016, July 1, 2017, 125 non-energy companies of varying sizes benefited from the customs duty exemptions under this facility. Again, the question is, who are they? To what extent? Minister said the manufacturing sector, 110 companies involved in manufacturing food and beverage, wood and metal furniture, industrial chemicals, construction products and textiles and garments. Who are they? What is the dollar value of how much they benefited? That was in the period of the last exemption, previous to the extension we are doing now. What has it been for the last 3 years? Who benefited? What is the quantum? Minister also said, and I continue quoting, also agriculture, livestock, forestry and fisheries. Hear this. 8 farmers. In the 3 years, 8 farmers producing vegetables and rearing animals such as sheep, goats and cattle. 8 farmers. When you talk about growing the agriculture sector, 8 farmers benefited. Who are they? Is it the sheep and goat man who is a best friend of one of your officials? Who benefited? 8 farmers, Madam Speaker. Shameful. Listen to this. Tourism sector. In the tourism sector, 1 hotel in Trinidad and 3 in Tobago benefited. 1 in Trinidad and 3 in Tobago. Who are they? Tell us. Under other improved activities, 3 companies engage in various activities. Who are they and how much did they benefit from the exemptions? Minister needs to tell us that. So we have to also ask, in the last minutes I have, what is the plan for our nation's non-energy sector? Because we keep talking, don't put all the eggs in one basket. And indeed, we cannot even depend on that energy sector much more because you've shut down and closed down that sector. Out at Point Lisa, 7 plants have been shut down, so we can't depend on it. We have to look at the non-energy sector, but the data shows us that we have had serious declines in that sector. So what is the nation's plan? What is the government's plan for the sector? Apart from giving these waivers on customs. With mass joblessness in the nation, even before COVID, government does not provide much hope for the future. Given the revelations by the central bank of the decline in real economic activity, there's a need for government to step up to the plate and concern themselves with the development of the non-oil economy in this country. Government has to step up and give their plans. Don't just come and say you're giving all these nice waivers on things. That's been going on for a while and the economy still crashed. The frame in the roadmap to recovery is devoid of substance and cannot answer the challenges. For example, when we examine the $500 million to be earmarked for agriculture, there is absolutely no detail that provides comfort to stakeholders in that sector. And indeed, previously these incentives were there, but they were not being taken up. Why? Have you done a review to see why people didn't access it? Minister mentioned that the Minister of Finance in his budget talked about all these incentives, apart from the exemptions. Why didn't it not work? So you throw out policy positions with rhetoric and fluff and a big fanfare, but you don't review them to see what is the effectiveness. How does it work? How does it work? Government may wish to borrow, I say with the greatest of respect, from the UNC master plan to understand how to set goals for national economic development. And I close, Madam. The private sector has been resilient. What are they saying? During this period of the pandemic, they have sought means to keep their workforce employed and their businesses afloat. This is very commendable. In fact, the unsung heroes of this pandemic will be the thousands of business owners and operators who have been fighting tooth and nail to keep their operations running and viable. It is because of these individuals we can have workers still looking forward to a job and a means of livelihood. Needless to say, it has been government that has been recalcitrant. They have ground the wheels of the economy to a screeching halt before COVID-19. They crashed the economy before COVID-19. I repeat that. And by their actions, Thousands of persons have lost their jobs pre-COVID, over 60,000. During COVID, now running at about 100,000, Madam Speaker. So I take no comfort from the exuberance and optimism of the Honourable Minister of Trade.
Member for Superior.
That giving out these exemptions.
Your time is spent.
I'm sorry, Madam. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for Superior speaking loudly and boldly today, perhaps celebrating the victory in a bogus election a few days ago. Having lost 7 national elections or otherwise on the track.
Madam Speaker, 48-1, please. 48-1 and 48-6.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, so while I understand this is a place for banter, I will just advise the member for Laventille West to remember what we are debating, and let's keep on track.
Obliged. Madam Speaker, you would have noticed, like I did, that the opposition leader read from a very well-written speech, most certainly not written by her. Madam Speaker, as always, I observe.
I object.
Again, there's a rule against personal reflections. We know that that is unparliamentary. Again, I will guide the member for Laventille West to please desist from that, and let's proceed to get your valuable contribution.
Madam Speaker, but the member did make reference to P&M insiders benefiting from the concessions. So I must respond to that to let the member for Superior know we don't have no mamu here. Madam Speaker, the opposition leader asks whether foreign companies are benefiting more than local entities in the context of the concessions that we debate in this motion, the amendment to Section 56(1). And Madam Speaker, I thought it could not be more ridiculous to hear that coming from the member for Superior, who led a government. And when we came to office in 2015, we inherited some obviously very badly negotiated gas contracts, where the people of Trinidad and Tobago would have had to learn.
Madam Speaker, 48-1. This motion has nothing to do with gas contracts.
The Prime Minister.
I will give you some leeway. I did not take it that this is about gas contracts. The member is answering something with an example. That's what I understood it.
I'm obliged. And the Prime Minister of this country led a team with some of my ministerial colleagues and went to boardrooms around this world, in Australia, in the US, in London, and renegotiated these contracts that were found to be disadvantageous to foreign entities against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's a fact. And having renegotiated these contracts, Trinidad and Tobago's revenue is in a far better position today than it was in September of 2015. I am pressing on.
Nothing about energy.
I am pressing on.
Overruled.
The member for Superior also told us ingloriously and quoted figures to suggest that the government has underfunded the sectors that we are discussing here today that must benefit from these concessions, whether it is agriculture, livestock, forestry, fisheries, hotels, mining purposes, and other approved projects, including tourism. The member wondered aloud, shamelessly in my view, whether the government was underfunding these, not telling the people of this country, some of whom she represents from Superior, and as a former Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, that the world economies have gone into a serious tailspin long before COVID. Trinidad and Tobago is part of that experience. A small country, a small island state in the context of the turbulence of the World Bank, the IMF, all the international institutions understand that. And they have this mantra about before COVID, before COVID. Well, before COVID, the world economies were in a tailspin. And Trinidad and Tobago, which earns most of its money from gas and oil, suffered directly as a result of it. COVID only made it severely worse. So all the cutbacks that the members spoke of, government cutbacks, were not because we wanted to do that, but of necessity, because those were the circumstances that fell to us as a government since September 2015. Some of it was evident before 2015, but rather than deal with the issues, the member for Siparia led a team that collaborated with others, went along with it, and spent billions of dollars out of NGC and otherwise. The largest budgets that we saw in this country, 63 and 64 billion at the hands of the member for Siparia. So I think it is disingenuous for her to say so, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago must understand that. Madam Speaker, the member again raised the question of diversification. Diversification is a process away from the dependence on the hydrocarbon sector as we have done for the last 4 or 5 decades. And today, Madam Speaker, because of the economic circumstances that we find ourselves in, is the worst possible time to talk about diversification. But we are proceeding. We try to boost the tourism sector. The member for Siparia mentioned sandals. A noble idea, a noble project to bring thousands of jobs and to bring tourists to the island of Tobago. And the member for Siparia and her friends in Tobago objected to it, scandalized, and chased away the potential investor. Long time before that, under another government, when we talked about diversification into smelting, that generated a whole lot of noise from the opposition. That too fell by the wayside. And of course, the member mentioned fleetingly and flippantly almost that this government put aside an allocation, allocated $500 million to direct to the agricultural sector in this country, and has created a tax-free sector out of agriculture. Taxes have been obliterated from that sector to make it easier for those who will participate in it profitably and to provide food and nutrition security for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And then the member for Siparia also asks who's benefiting. Well, let me remind her. The minister who presented this motion told us that Arawak and Company bought with these concessions substantial millions in raw materials, machinery, and equipment. Carmel Valley Estate, Central Farms, Christine Frank, Crispin Allen, Aaron Farm Limited. I'm just calling the names of those in the livestock trade, in the sector, agricultural sector, who benefited from this and made substantial investments as a consequence. While the member for Siparia was doing other things. Fine Choice Meats Limited, Floyd's Poultry Farms Limited, Hare Krishna Seedlings, Hindustan Egg Farm, Ian P. Sarau, Kazimbashk, Kent Farms Limited. I ain't see PNM or no PNM Insider anywhere there. So that kind of foolishness, Madam Speaker, and every one of those who benefited from these concessions and who call on the government constantly to provide them. Madam Speaker, they, Madam Speaker, employ thousands of persons in that industry, creating jobs and keeping the economy afloat. We have done very well in the circumstances in Trinidad and Tobago, but my short intervention in this debate, Madam Speaker, And before that, the member for Siparia, a former prime minister, told us that the government failed in providing resources for the police. I chaired the Joint Select Committee on National Security. I had the Commissioner of Police before our committee, and there were members on that side in that committee who, in answer to a direct question from me, I asked whether they had the resources to fight crime and to do the job. The commissioner's answer was indubitably yes. We have the manpower, we have the vehicles, we have the technology. That is on the Hansard record in our committee that I chair. What they lack is the support of this parliament, for example, with the anti-gang law, to take on the criminals as gangs and to bring justice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what they lack. And the member for Siparia is single-handedly responsible for denying the police that. And coming here to sound hypocrite. I didn't say she was a hypocrite. I may not have been wrong, but I didn't say that. Madam Speaker, and all of this, these concessions are not done in abstract or because we have any insiders or we like anyone. It is the common sense. It is the prudent. It is the sensible thing to do, especially given the current circumstances, because we want to develop the local, we want to see local economic development, which is defined as a participative, locally owned, inclusive, and holistic approach to building economic capacity and promoting long-term economic development in a given territory. Madam Speaker, and you would have heard from the minister who presented this, we do this so for good reason, because you're talking about imports of 18 billion in terms of agriculture. So these concessions do support them, every one of them in all of the sectors that we're dealing with today. And it is helping to reduce this first world, third world gap, because Trinidad and Tobago is a small island state. When we develop our local sector and they could participate and they could benefit from it and we could reduce our imports, we are doing developmentally well. The minister told us that the manufacturing sector accounts for 17% of our GDP, some $11 billion in money terms. Big firms here, you know, like Angostura, SM Jalil, CGA, Carib, and others. But I want to spend a few moments focusing, Madam Speaker, since it now falls within the portfolio of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, the question of the small and micro enterprises, which this government has given a lot of attention to and proposed to continue so doing, to develop that sector, because while you have the bigger firms, these small and micro enterprises, consisting of about over 50,000 in all, you know, they say there are about 24,000 registered and another 25,000 informal or unregistered small and micro enterprises in the country. So they are like the capillaries, if I may use a metaphor, into the heart and soul and the furthest and deepest reaches of the economy, but necessary to keep the body economic afloat. And that is why we focus so substantially on it, Madam Speaker, and we will continue. In that regard, Madam Speaker, I must tell you that the you don't worry. You don't worry. The government provides funding support for these small and micro enterprises. They employ, based on statistics in front of me, upwards of 250,000 people in that sector, in the small and micro enterprise sector. We, Madam Speaker, have directed a lot of time and energy to this. We understand the young people, and I'm speaking from the perspective of the Ministry of Youth Development. The young people in Trinidad and Tobago must play a part in all of this. So we are encouraging them to focus on the non-traditional skills and occupations so that they could create employment for themselves. And in their SMEs or small micro enterprises, they could create employment rather than looking for a job, as we did back in the day. They have opportunities in information technology, computer repairs, computer programming, cell phone repairs. I know a young man who repairs cell phones in Port of Spain. I don't want to hazard a guess about how he earns, but whenever I go there, the place is packed to capacity, and he's on the job. Night and day, crowds there all the time, right in the city. Right? New non-traditional occupations, graphic art and design, social media management. I told you before, during my last campaign, I had 3 social media activists personnel working in my campaign. That's why we won so resoundingly and beat the UNC and chased them out of town for a second term. Yes? Music industry, food and beverage, tourism and hospitality, bath and body care, nail technology, makeup artistry, fashion design, cosmetology, sound and audio engineering. A pastor told me that his son who did sound engineering at the Laventil Technology and Continuing Education Center, which the PNM put there, Madam Speaker, told me that he is making a very good living with his little studio producing gospel music. Events management, data mining, and mechatronic engineering. All of these, the local craft and creative arts, all of these are opportunities where the young people in the small and micro enterprise sector can make their way. Lots of opportunities, and we are focusing on that. And there's a recognition that some of the main challenges they face is the question of the availability of funding. And that is why back in 2002, a PNM government established the National Entrepreneurship Development Company, or NEDCO. That company has a specific mandate in the context of small and micro enterprises. It carries a mandate to develop the micro and small enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago whose needs cannot be met by the traditional lending agencies. NEDCO offers a wide suite of entrepreneurial development services to help micro enterprises, from the business concept or idea to successful commercialization. Small business finance and entrepreneurial training, business assessment, mentorship, business advisory services, and client-focused services. Well known to the national community, and I dare say should be even better known because they do a wonderful job, Madam Speaker, in terms of supporting particularly young people and women in their activities in that sector. And from the day one, the focus of NEDCO was on the disadvantaged in the society, many of whom I represent proudly. The youth, as I said, it's in their mandate, youth since 2002. This is why I say this new Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is not altogether new. It is simply with laser beam focus we're doing it now. But all of the programs and the elements had been here for a long time.
Madam Speaker, I am trying to follow. What does this motion have to do with youth development? It is hard for you to follow anything. 48-1.
Okay, so, Minister, while I would allow you some leeway to answer in terms of points were raised about diversification, I will not allow you to widen this debate. It's not about diversification.
I'm obliged.
So that you've responded to that, and I'd ask you to come back
I'm obliged.
to what the motion is.
I'm obliged. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is simply this. There's a reason for these concessions, and it is to support the various industries and sectors identified in the motion before us. And there are big players, big business, big industries, and there are also, because we are talking about the economy, and germane to the economy, and those who benefit from this at the end of the day are those as well in the small and micro enterprise sector. Because when a big firm gets concessions to bring in raw materials, it filters down to the small and micro enterprises, and we are saying here in this debate, we are focused on that for the benefit of the whole economy. If the member for Couva South cannot understand that, it doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't say he's incapable of understanding, but Madam Speaker, my time has run. I'm simply saying that I'm here today in support of the motion and in support of the measures as proposed by my colleague, the Minister of Trade and Industry. And we reject flatly all of the sideshow and the side talk that the member for Siparia raised. We remain focused on the development of these sectors, and these concessions are designed to make their business easier, to make them more efficient, for the sake of keeping Trinidad and Tobago's local industry and sector alive and well. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to participate in this debate on this motion today, which seeks an extension of the exemption from import duties pursuant to Part A of the list of conditional duty exemptions in the third schedule of the Customs Act. Before I go directly into my work that I would like to present today, Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to respond to my colleague who clearly came here totally unprepared for this debate. And listening to him go all over in his contribution, I want to humbly advise him that the next time he attempts to join a debate, he should consider reading the motion before he speaks. Because nowhere in his presentation, Madam Speaker, did he respond to the contribution from the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition spoke of matters relating to the hotel industry. She spoke to challenges facing the agricultural sector. She spoke about the lack of data that has been presented by the Minister in putting forward the motion. And our colleague from Laventille comes here in this chamber and goes all over, but not addressing the issues that this motion is about. He even makes claim that the PNM renegotiated gas deals. But I also want to remind him that the PNM also renegotiated the Malcolm Jones deal with the WGTL, billions of dollars, the withdrawal of legal matters for recovering money. They renegotiated.
Order 48.1, relevance.
Member for St. Augustine, if you would allow me to do my work, I would allow you to do yours when you're recognized. Member for Couva North, while I understand that you may be responding, I'm also going to rein you in, because the gas mentioned was in response to something that was said with regard to how the local content and how things are being administered. So I'm not going to let you widen this debate about all other things. Okay? So quickly come to your point and move on back to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister, the member spoke about youth and youth development, and I want to congratulate the oldest member, the oldest Minister of Youth on their benches. He managed to touch on 3 social media personality that was created, that was utilized for the elections. And I really want to know what was the role and function of these social media personalities. Was it real personalities or was it unreal social media personalities? But we will deal with that.
48.1, point of order, relevance.
So let's get on with the debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm guided accordingly. On the last occasion, Madam Speaker, when a similar motion was brought to this Parliament almost 3 years ago by the Honourable Minister informed this House that this motion allows for the extension of concessions to enable TNT incorporated companies in the private sector to acquire the necessary foreign inputs at world market prices without being subject to custom duties on entry. The Honourable Minister also stated that this provision would ensure that companies were not placed at a disadvantage in terms of their international competitiveness. However, Madam Speaker, almost 1 year after this country witnessed the closure of Petrotrin and the virtual shutting down of the oil and gas sector, perhaps one of the biggest economic fallout from this was a compromise in both the availability of and the access of a foreign exchange by members of the private sector, Madam Speaker. While the Minister may not have intended for this to be so, this is the unfortunate position that the ordinary man has faced for the past 2 years due to the failed governance of this PNM administration. And by extension, Madam Speaker, our local export businesses have become sorely disadvantaged in terms of their international competitiveness due to the lack of this foreign exchange. Coming from this disadvantaged position that our farmers have found themselves in through no fault of their own, even in their access to fund projects, agricultural projects that may be capital intensive in nature, the access to US foreign exchange or the lack thereof plays a critical role in the success of these agricultural projects, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you would permit me, I want to use my limited time to focus on approved agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries as they relate to this motion. If this government was really serious about agriculture and farming in Trinidad and Tobago, as they claim to be, they would allow farmers to have priority access to foreign exchange in order to make the full use of the exemptions on the approved agricultural machine, equipment, implements, and tools and medicine, minerals and supplement, and for livestock, etc. But farmers, like all other citizens out there, continue to find it extremely difficult to access this US. Madam Speaker, 3 years ago, on piloting a similar motion, the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry highlighted the value of agriculture production in 2016 and its contribution to GDP. The Minister indicated, and I quote, "Agriculture has been identified as one of the sectors earmarked with the government's diversification strategy. The success of this sector contributes to increased food security, agricultural export, employment, and conservation of foreign exchange, while also providing an incentive for people to live more healthy and productive lifestyle," end quote. However, the government must face the many questions that arise regarding the effectiveness of their focus on diversification in terms of the results achieved, for instance, by way of attracting and encouraging new participants, and how these exemptions have played a part in the management of the sector. One of the questions that has arisen is how these exemptions performed in the past 24 months in terms of additional benefits to livestock farmers, poultry farmers, food crop farmers, fishermen, etc., taking into account that on the 15th of December 2017, the Honorable Minister stated that for the period January 1, 2016 to July 1, 2017, under agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries, 8 farmers producing vegetables and rearing animals such as sheep, goats, and cattle benefited from custom duties exemption under this facility. And the leader spoke and questioned who these 8 farmers are. And we would really like to hear, are these farmers planting sweet potato? Who these farmers are? Are they rearing goat or peacock? Who these farmers really are, Madam Speaker? We would really like to hear from the Honorable Minister. What happened to the remaining thousands of farmers in this country, farmers who continue to face challenges since this government has entered office in 2015, and the initial extension to these exemptions, challenges such as land use, land tenure, access road, irrigation, drainage, flooding, predial larceny, just to name a few, Madam Speaker. These challenges continue up to today's date. What we can clearly see are gaps in the system, Madam Speaker. This motion referred to Part A of the conditions duty exemption in the 3rd schedule of the Custom Act. Can the Honourable Minister advise us as to the timeline for processing these exemptions, taking into account that farmers who have applied for subsidies, reimbursement, exemptions, and who have filed claim for loss of produce due to flooding have been waiting for over 2 years for their application to be approved? Madam Speaker, I want to swiftly turn to the review of the economy. Page 165, a book presented here, 2020, presented for the budget. And the year 2017 show a value of 1.8 billion TT dollars for gross domestic produce of Trinidad and Tobago at market prices for agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Madam Speaker, this review of the economy for the period for the year 2019, GDP fell to $1,608 million, which is a decline, Madam Speaker, of $273 million, highlighting the failure of this PNM government once more. In December 2017, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated that Cabinet had approved the development of a new agro-processing and light industrial park in Moruga to support the agro-processing industry. The Minister explained, and I quote, "This park will provide the foundation upon which businesses will be able to grow and prosper, create employment, and attract investment." Madam Speaker, after spending some $80 million to complete this facility in Moruga on the eve of the 2020 general election, what has become of this initiative, Madam Speaker? How many persons are currently employed there? What level of investment has it attracted to date, Madam Speaker? You could ask my colleague, the MP for Moruga Tableland. She visited this facility only a few days ago, and there was absolutely no activity going on there, Madam Speaker, none whatsoever. So the question that we have to ask, was this $80 million spent for a photo opportunity for the PNM candidate and his partner who was severely defeated in a recent election? What did we spend this $80 million for, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister in her 2017 presentation continued to explain, and I quote once more, "All these initiatives are geared towards increasing revenue and decreasing our reliance on food import." Madam Speaker, let us review our food import bill for the period. as I now turn to the Central Statistic Office total import of food and live animal for the period 2017. This was a total of $5,606 million TT dollars, and for the year 2019, the total food import bill was $5,673 million TT dollars, an increase, Madam Speaker, of $67 million. Again, another failure of this PNM government. I now turn to the issue facing our livestock farmers, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, while perusing the list of conditional duties, exemptions for approved agricultural, livestock, forestry, and fisheries, I was looking to see if forage was going to be included, because forage is something that is very important to our livestock farmer. But it wasn't, Madam Speaker, and I would therefore like to suggest that it should. You see, Madam Speaker, the forage bank at the Mojalu farms has become overgrown with weed, bushes, shrubs, and has not been maintained for the past couple of years. Another failure of this PNM administration. And Madam Speaker, the dry season will soon be upon us, and livestock farmers will face significant challenge to provide forage for their animals. The PNM government has once again failed to maintain the Mojalu farms and provide the necessary resources for the growth and the development of our livestock industry, Madam Speaker. Where is the Livestock Board? Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, how has this motion really benefited the fishing industry? The intent of this motion is to attract new entrants into the industry and enhance their competitiveness. But, Madam Speaker, when we look at the challenges facing the fishing industry, this provision does not alleviate the hardship or the fears that our fisher folk faces. And the fishing industry, we all know, is one that is very close to the heart of Couva North, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as recent as Sunday the 6th of December, just a few days ago, around 7 p.m., persons working on a vessel owned by Mr. R. Khan were approached by 6 men in a pirogue who appeared to be pirates out at sea. Just Sunday gone. This was reported yesterday to our Coast Guards. The men on Mr. Khan's vessel were able to narrowly escape with their lives, Madam Speaker, by turning off their lights and speeding off into the darkness of the sea. Madam Speaker, this incident has served as a reminder once more to our fisher folks of the tragic incident that took place just a few years ago, where 5 of our own Couva North young men were slaughtered out at sea, with 2 still missing up to today's date. And this motion, Madam Speaker, does not help in any way to alleviate the fears of the fishing industry. Madam Speaker, the list of exemptions to which this motion refers, I draw your attention to item 10, boats and boat equipment and fuel for fishing. Item 10 on the schedule. The initial incarnation of this exempt item was because previous administration would have recognized the need to bolster the competitiveness of our fishermen. But, Madam Speaker, in terminating the supply of regular gas, which our fishermen used to fuel their vessels, they are now faced with an exorbitant fuel cost that eliminated any possibility of being competitive against the larger vessels who fish in international waters and sell the catch here in Trinidad at considerably lower prices. The bureaucracy involved in the existing fuel subsidy is extremely tiresome, and many fishermen do not even use this facility anymore. Madam Speaker, I would like to propose that this government perhaps look at a more considerate fuel subsidy program for the fishing industry, and even seek to expand the schedule to include items such as GPS and other security devices for our fisher folks. Madam Speaker, in closing, I have no objection in supporting the principle behind this motion for the sake of the local agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fishing industry, Madam Speaker. However, based on the reasoning put forward by the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry on the last occasion, and by what was said in today's debate, where she hurriedly presented on agriculture for 2 minutes, from 2:46 p.m. to 2:48 p.m. She spent 2 minutes, Madam Speaker, while they claim to be putting agriculture at the center of their diversification trust. Only 2 minutes was allocated to the diversification and to the agriculture industry in her presentation. I would like to ask that the government's understanding and reasoning behind this extension take into considerations the recommendations that I have made, because it seems as though that this government understanding and reasoning behind this exemption seems a far cry from the reality of what ought to be. This motion has failed to enhance agriculture. It has failed to improve the contributions of agriculture to GDP. It has failed at reducing our food import bill by conserving foreign exchange. Madam Speaker, the government has lost their way in placing agriculture at the center of their diversification trust. And in general, Madam Speaker, the records will reflect that this government has lost their way in totality, as they has failed all of us. They have failed all of us here in TNT. I thank you.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I must begin by saying how impressed I am to hear those on the other side remind us that today is International Anti-Corruption Day, when so many of their financiers haven't been seen since 2015. There are several financiers on the other side that I'm sure the proper authorities would like to have a discussion with, but they can't find them. I'm also, Madam Speaker, extremely impressed to hear those on the other side speak about what we are not doing for agriculture, when it is... But, Madam Speaker, that is a factual comment.
1 minute, please. Overrule.
Madam Speaker, I'm also...
1 minute, please. Member for Naparima, I did hear you, and I don't think what I heard you say is what I heard. Please continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm also impressed to hear those on the other side speak about agriculture when it is this PNM government that has added stimulus of $500 million to the agricultural sector, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask them if they can remember how much stimulus they added to the agricultural sector when they were in office, Madam Speaker, while delivering two of the largest budgets in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. They did very little, if anything at all, for agriculture. But let me get back to why I'm here today, Madam Speaker. This motion has its underlying objective the exemption from customs duty, equipment, material, and supplies for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. So since I'm speaking about the energy sector today, Madam Speaker, I am allowed to say that it was the energy regimes signed by the other side that almost brought this economy and this country to economic collapse. We have spent almost the last 5 years trying to renegotiate these contracts to save Trinidad and Tobago from almost certain doom. Madam, this motion seeks to extend the benefits granted pursuant to Section 56(1)(a) of the Customs Act from 1st of January 2021 to 31st of December 2022. The current exemption expires on the 31st of December 2020. This conditional exemption reduces operational costs on offshore exploration by eliminating import duties. As well, it continues to make Trinidad and Tobago...
Speaker, 48(1).
What's that? Which one is that?
Is it that we are on motion number 1?
That it is not my turn at this point, so I will have to step down.
So, your contribution is ended? Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with the limited time that I have, first let me start by rebutting a bit of what the two speakers after the mover of the bill would have said in their contributions. Like the mover of the bill, Madam Speaker, the MP for Laventille West member, he stood for 20 minutes and added no value to the discussion, Madam Speaker. He added no value in terms of empirical data that would support the mover of the bill. Madam Speaker, in his usual style, his ranting and raving did nothing to instill the confidence in his government's ability to make conscious course corrections, which is so dire needed at this point in time in our economic development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member also debated about 10 other bills than what he was supposed to debate in the House today. That is a bit of, the sad reality that the member chose to dance all around what was more important in the bill that we're dealing with today in terms of concessions in specific industries. Madam Speaker, and the member for San Fernando East, in his very short contribution, he boasted, honorable member, he boasted about a $500 million stimulus package, and unfortunately not $1 of that $500 million have been sent to the agricultural sector. So there has been nothing to the agricultural sector to boast about. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today is a very simple bill. The intent of the bill, I don't think anything in the bill itself is objectionable.
For Miaro, I know it's just a slip, it's a motion.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion before us today is there's nothing objectionable in the motion. I think the intent of the motion is to allow an environment for business to grow, to develop, for foreign direct investment to grow and develop as well. And the motion brings these concessions to 5 broad areas, which many have been spoken about before. And what we are doing is extending these concessions for an additional 2 years. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, nothing in the motion is objectionable at this time. We on this side, I think we agree with the intention of the bill because we all want to see Trinidad and Tobago prosper for the development of every single citizen in this country. But Madam Speaker, we do have a duty to measure the efficacy of the motion over the past 2 years. One would have thought that the Honourable Minister who is moving this bill would have come with the relevant data to show that the motions, the concessions, have actually added value to the development of the economic situation in this country. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that has not been done. Madam Speaker, the government is simply seeking to extend the term of the incentives without really reporting to the nation on their effectiveness and whether alternative measures would have been more applicable. Madam Speaker, while these exemptions now appear to be a rite of passage and are extending existing benefits, the government really should have come here today and provide the specifics of the gains and advantages to the local economy, especially in light of the current economic challenges. Madam Speaker, the Minister lamented the lack of information that was available for her presentation today. But Madam Speaker, I want to ask this House, in the absence of that data, perhaps we can use the country's GDP as a yardstick to see if these concessions really would have done what it was supposed to do. Madam Speaker, the World Bank has stated that the TNT economy was worth $24.1 billion in 2019, taking note that it was down from US $25.06 billion in 2015. Madam Speaker, the economy of Trinidad and Tobago has steadily declined from a peak of 27.62 billion in 2014 till today. So, Madam Speaker, if we ought to measure whether these concessions, as mentioned in the motion today, is added any real economic value, then it tells me that it hasn't, because we have not been able to grow the GDP in any significant way. Madam Speaker, the motion states in a very nominal way that it is expedient that certain goods continue to be exempt from importation duties. In presenting the motion, Madam Speaker, the Minister, neither did she indicate the financial benefits, except to state in a very generalized, broad-brush way that the exemptions would stimulate and grow the economy. Madam Speaker, the exemptions motions are designed to bolster trade and industry, including the agricultural sector, which my colleague from Couva North has dealt with, look at some improvement in the hotel and tourism sector and mining, among other approved purposes. But, Madam Speaker, generally speaking, exemptions from customs duties should not just be a standard and scheduled rollover procedure, which we are doing today, but should be rooted in a more planned, measured system to diversify our economy. In doing so, Madam Speaker, we allow investments, we allow the country to become attractive to investments. These concessions should allow the improvement in the ease of doing business in this country. It should also incentivize manufacturers, and it must most importantly aid small and medium-sized enterprises. Anything less than that, Madam Speaker, is an indication of a continued absence of strategic planning and lack of vision by this government. Madam Speaker, if I can draw your attention to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which represents about 37 major economies and promotes world trade, they conducted a survey on the impact of tax incentives. And before I just mention what that survey said, I want to just lay some foundation that delivery of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was spot on. And in terms of her positioning, the concessions alone is not enough, because it has not been able to grow the economy in any significant way. And organizations like the OECD, they have concluded as well that benefits should be evaluated on a periodic basis to gauge their effectiveness. But listen to this, Madam Speaker. The OECD has also said that in order to enable proper evaluation and assessment, the specific goals of a given tax incentive need to be explicit at the outset. Madam Speaker, that same study also revealed that when you provide incentives for specific economic purposes, such as they will attract specific investments in particular industry. Madam Speaker, the opposition, my colleagues on this side, we do concur with all of the objectives which represent the best practice in the industry. Madam Speaker, in my research as well, there's a publication called the International Lawyer. They too did a survey which summarized among several countries that tax incentives, like what is included in the motion today, were found to be very ineffective means of achieving economic development. Madam Speaker, the study justified incentives for a specified period and for well-defined objectives, and it showed that there were very little effect in terms of providing some of these tax incentives. The study went on to recommend that other measures must always be used to incentivize investors and to grow your local business economy. Madam Speaker, in another study that was done in Israel, they found that investors emphasized the need for major general economic reform rather than an incentive program. The investigation also said that many prospective investors preferred discussions with the authorities rather than with the authorities on finding a right mix of incentives, which includes not only tax concessions for customs and duties in these areas, but so many other areas that would help enforce the economic reform that is required. Madam Speaker, when the minister presented this very similar motion in 2015, I recall that the minister said about a total of 147 companies had made use of the concession, but at that time gave no specific details. Today, I understand 136 companies have used this concession. So I have to ask, why the decline? Why is it that less companies are choosing to access these concessions, Madam Speaker? It means that there are some other things that is prevalent in the economy, in our investment climate, that is disincentivizing our business, our local business, and our foreign investors from investing money in this country. Madam Speaker, international studies have found that tax incentives must be coupled with other critical factors to attract investment in countries such as ours. Some of those factors would include political and economic stability, trade policies, infrastructure, skill level of the host economy, and other resources that facilitate efficient production, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so the question I would have to ask is, what has the government done with respect to those matters in order to attract the foreign direct investment that we are hoping that these concessions that are mentioned in this motion ought to be doing? Madam Speaker, allow me to just share a couple of the incentives that other countries, other jurisdictions are using to drive their economies. They are looking at implementation of tax credits for research and development. They are looking at financial incentives for diversifying the product ranges among the individual companies, manufacturers, and so on. They are looking to provide technical support to assist manufacturers in managing cash flow, boosting worker production, securing export markets, and other relevant issues. They are looking at tax credits for maintaining or increasing the workforce or for retaining employees. But, Madam Speaker, why it is that we ought to be looking at some of these things, as mentioned, the concessions by itself, as noble as they are, it is not working. But if we don't fix the environment, the investment climate in Trinidad and Tobago, don't matter what concessions we put in place, we will not get the objectives. And what are some of those issues? Madam Speaker, this is what the investment climate in Trinidad and Tobago is today. It takes about 254 days to receive a construction permit. It takes 77 days to register a property.
One.
Okay, so Member for Miaro, I understand what you're developing. I just ask you to remember to stick closely to what is before us.
Sure. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm guided. Just suffice it to say that if we don't fix some of the other issues that are perilous to our economy, any concessions we provide, it will not stimulate the interest for further development in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I just want to touch very quickly on the issue of agriculture. I know we went into some detail. I will not be very long with it. But, you know, I take note that the Minister of Finance, in his budget presentation in October 2020, the minister spoke of decades-old malaise and the structural impediments inherent to the agricultural sector. So my question is, how is the customs concessions, these duty concessions, going to address that malaise? I am saying, Madam Speaker, that it cannot use the concessions alone, and there are some other areas that, in my respectful view, that must be addressed in order to get the benefits for the agricultural sector, which is so high a priority on our developmental plan, Madam Speaker. And I speak about areas in providing financial aids to rehabilitate abandoned estates. I speak about improved system for payments of subsidies to farmers, the supporting of establishing cooperatives and agro-processing operations outside of the state, create an environment where private sector can use those concessions to improve in its ability to do agro-processing. Madam Speaker, and obviously my colleague from Couva North spoke about the improvements to access roads, drainage, and the other systems that are required. So, Madam Speaker, these customs exemptions should ideally be connected to the strategic objectives for the sector with the sole purpose of increasing domestic production and reducing the food import bills. Madam Speaker, just to touch very, very quickly on the issue of hotels and so on, there has been so much of incentives, other tax incentives that has been provided by this administration over the last 5 years, and the data has not shown any improvement in the sector. When you look about the tax incentives for yachting services, you looked at a subsidized loan for new tourist and tourism facilities in 2018. You had a tourism accommodation upgrade program. Madam Speaker, none of those things have reversed the decline. And we speak about this pre-COVID-19. So this was already in train in place at that point in time. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to just close with in the couple of minutes I have remain is that we on this side, on the opposition benches, we have no objection to the motion and the intent of the motion. What we are saying is that clearly the government has not been able to put other areas which requires a little bit of thought in order to bolster the investment climate so they can achieve the objective of improving our economic situation. So I have no problem in supporting the motion in terms of what is stated for concessions, but I plead with the government to take a very closer look at what else needs to be done in order to move our economy forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to join this debate at this time and to offer a short contribution. As once again, I wasn't scheduled to speak today, but I had to respond or throw my 2 cents in when I heard the contribution of the Member of Parliament for Siparia, who's also a former Prime Minister. And the member would have spoken, would have said that this government has brought the Tobago economy down to the ground, has flattened the Tobago economy. I join the rest of the members on this side, the members of the government side, in supporting this critical measure at this time. I think now more than ever, the private sector, entrepreneurs, small enterprises need this type of assistance where the government is providing incentives to help them in the advancement of their businesses, to keep their businesses afloat. Because businesses or private sector entities that would have otherwise been healthy have all been brought to their knees in some way or the other, whether it's from falling demand, reduced input supply, tightening credit, or just uncertainty based on this whole COVID situation, and assistance from the government is really, really required. For as long as we can remember, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Tourism, and several other ministries have been offering this type of assistance to the private sector before the whole COVID situation, and I think it is most important at this point in time, hence the reason I offer, I felt the need to add my 2 cents. Now, as it relates to Tobago, I always find it rather interesting and just startling when I listen to the hypocrisy coming from the other side as it relates to the Tobago development and the development of the Tobago economy. Now, Madam Speaker, the member for Siparia said the Tobago economy had been flattened by this government and that nothing was being done. But in the same breath, I think that that member forgot to tell us about the precious nothing that she and her government would have done in their time. As we speak even about agriculture, for the first time in our history, Madam Speaker, This government launched the Agricultural Incentive Program in October of 2018. And for the first time, grants that are being offered by the Ministry of Agriculture in Tobago was now for the first time being extended to farmers in Tobago. That had not been done before. And I had the opportunity to witness a distribution ceremony in the month of June of this year, where farmers from Tobago were given up to $100,000 each to provide support as they modernize their farms. This is the first time farmers from Tobago had the opportunity to access this grant coming from the ministry. That was not done under the leadership of the UNC and the member for Siparia. And on top of that, this government has offered incentives to farmers. We would have redoubled our efforts in doing agricultural access roads in Tobago, providing better access for farmers in the rural areas to bring their...
48.1, the member seems to be going off course as it relates to this particular motion.
Overrule.
Madam Speaker, the previous speaker...
Overrule, please.
Thanks. I want to continue. Yes, thanks. Yes. So the previous speaker would have spoken to the incentives or the concessions aren't enough, that we have to do more. And I want to speak to the more that we have been doing, because this incentive, these concessions are supposed to help our private sector, help our farmers to advance their business. So we have the agricultural incentive grant, where the Tobago farmers are getting for the first time under this government the agricultural access road program, which started also in 2018, giving better access to our farmers to bring their livestock and their crops to market. Just 1 week ago, we would have opened a newly refurbished or renovated Scarborough Market, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you all 242 farmers and vendors are extremely happy by being able to operate their businesses out of the Scarborough Market. And that was done under this leadership. So I want to commend the government and commend the different ministries who would have provided that support to the Tobago House of Assembly and to the people of Tobago. And whilst the member of Siparia spoke to flattening the economy of Tobago, this government would have given grants to Tobagonians, to the Tobago House of Assembly, so that farmers in Tobago can improve our food security during this COVID situation. I want to turn to tourism. The member for Siparia spoke about the government would have disbanded the TDC and did not properly establish the new companies. Madam Speaker, that is far from the truth. Madam Speaker, the Tobago Tourism Agency, which is now in operation in Tobago, has been providing assistance to the private sector, the tourism stakeholders in Tobago, and would have won a silver award for their national tourism campaign. Madam Speaker, this entity has also gone the distance to work with the stakeholders to develop plans and projects for tourism in Tobago and a standards initiative for Tobago. Madam Speaker, the member forgot to mention the less than nothing that was done by her government. The member for Mayaro would have raised the tourism accommodation upgrade program. Under the member for Siparia, when she was Prime Minister, and under that same UNC administration, what we got from the TOP program in Tobago? Nothing again, Madam Speaker, precious nothing. It took December of 2015 when I became Minister of Tourism. That was the first time that grant, that tourism upgrade program, was being offered to the stakeholders in Tobago, where the government goes 50-50 in the investment as they upgrade their rooms and they upgrade their plans. That program had been in operation in Trinidad for over 3 years under the UNC, and they did not see it fit to offer that incentive to the Tobago tourism stakeholders. So once again, this government has come to the rescue. I'm sorry that the member for Siparia forgot to mention that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, you would have seen over and over where this government had stepped in a time of little to offer support to the people of Tobago and to the tourism industry in Tobago. Over the years, over decades, Madam Speaker, the people of Tobago had cried out. The tourism stakeholders had made their plea for a refurbished or an expanded or new airport, Madam Speaker. And the other government, the opposition in their time would have said that was too much money for Tobago. And even as we place this investment of over $2 billion in the A&R Robinson Crown Point Airport, they cried out that that was too much money to spend on Tobago. So we are making the investment in Tobago, and that project is well on its way, Madam Speaker. I remember when I was in opposition and the member for Siparia was Prime Minister, they went over to Tobago and had a big ceremony naming the airport after former President, after Raymond Robinson.
Madam Speaker, again, 48.1, I'm hearing nothing about custom duties and exemptions and so on.
Overruled. Please continue.
Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, they had a whole little party, song and dance, Madam Speaker, opening the airport. And at that point in time, up to the PNM coming in government, Madam Speaker, when we go to Tobago, we had to slew all luggage down a slide because the luggage belt had not been working, and they stood there for their 5 years and extra 6 months and watched that and have the audacity to come to Parliament today to speak about flattening the Tobago economy when they did nothing, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I stand here this afternoon giving support to the Minister of Trade as she offers these incentives and these concessions to the private sector. We know all too well that the government cannot afford to employ everybody, and that is more so for us in Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly. So any support to the private sector, to the Tobagoan who is planting, that want to improve their business in agriculture and take their crops and livestock to market, we are well on board, and I want to commend the Minister for Trade for bringing this motion here today and to provide incentives to those who are now diversifying and improving their business in tourism in Tobago, Madam Speaker. I want to commend the Minister for Trade once again for offering the support to our private sector. Madam Speaker, the opposition, whenever they had the opportunity, when the UNC and their friends, even their friends in Tobago, have the opportunity to do these things for Tobago, to offer development to Tobago and incentives to help to improve our business sector, because it's all well and good to come here and complain about the Tobago House of Assembly hiring everybody, and it's not well and good, but they do it anyway by coming here and saying that Tobagoanians are lazy. But when we extend our hands and we ask for support in improving our private sector, the PNM is doing too much. I stand by this government in improving the lot for the private sector in Tobago, Madam Speaker, and we are going to continue to work with this government and with the People's National Movement, because, Madam Speaker, every time we have been tricked by politicians in Tobago to walk along the road or to go into the hands of the UNC, we got salt, nothing, precious nothing. And in most recent years, we could see the development, we could see the effort that this government is making, and the investment through the grants given Tobagoanians, 2 bites of the cherry, where we can access support through the Tobago House of Assembly and from central government, Madam Speaker. Tobago is good and getting better, and we stand with this People's National Movement government and the Minister of Trade, and I support these concessions and these incentives towards promoting and advancing our private sector. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. Madam Speaker, I paid attention to the contribution made by the member for Tobago West, who primarily focused on issues affecting Tobago and some of government's projects that they have attempted to implement over the time that they have been in government during the period 2015 to today. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Tobago West focused a lot on the land acquisitions as it relates to the Tobago airport and the history that surrounded that particular matter, in terms of the building of the airport, in terms of what it meant for the people of Tobago, in terms of how it would be able to create business opportunities and so on. I want to remind the honourable member that very little was focused on with respect to Tobago by her administration. It was a Kamla Persad-Bissessar administration that took steps to increase the capacity of the Tobago airport by bringing in additional flights from other parts of the world, Madam Speaker, making the Tobago airport more marketable and opening up business opportunities for the people of Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member for Tobago West, today as we are dealing with custom duties and exemptions that deals with price controls and so on in terms of products that are available not only to the people of Trinidad, but also to the people of Tobago. That when the Honourable Minister speaks about product availability in Tobago, I want to remind the Honourable Member for Tobago West, it was this Honourable Minister that said in this Parliament that Tobagonians experienced no problems because they could get what? Yogurt and almond milk in the supermarket. So the Marie Antoinette of Tobago West must be very mindful, Madam Speaker, of the challenges that these custom duties and exemptions pose.
4 and 48.6.
48.1.
And 48.1.
All of 48.
I overrule 48.4 and 48.6. Member, I give you a little latitude because I think you're responding. But just remember, what was said by the member for Tobago West was in response to something else. So that I'm going to curtail you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on to the contribution made by my colleague from Laventille West who spoke about the loans available through NEDCO and in terms of how it would empower young people and so on. Madam Speaker, that program was moved from the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development to the Ministry of Youth Development. Madam Speaker, however, if you look at the history of that particular program in the context of what we are dealing with today as it relates to the custom duties and exemptions and the creation of small businesses that these custom duties and exemptions will impact. Madam Speaker, when the member for Laventille West spoke about that particular program, and you look at the history of that particular program, there has been very little progress in terms of the development of these loans that will assist small and medium enterprise development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I recall the figures that NEDCO had put out prior to it going over to the Ministry of Youth Development, it was something like less than 100 loans that were provided to small and medium enterprise development that today the Minister speaks about that will benefit from these custom duties and exemptions. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of those loans and that point made by the Honourable Minister, I am not in full support of the Minister's position that he has adopted, that it will create more small, medium and enterprise business development, and therefore these custom duties and exemptions will have very little, Madam Speaker, because this has been the history as we have seen going forward. Madam Speaker, I also want to turn to the issue of, as it relates to the custom duties and exemptions that we are dealing with today, the ease of doing business in tandem with these loans that the Honourable Member for Laventille West spoke about. Madam Speaker, earlier this year in the budget, the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry came to the Honourable Parliament, and we thought that this year the Honourable Minister would have given us a report, because the member for Siparia spoke that it is not the first time that we are dealing with these custom duties and exemptions. It has spanned several administrations, but we must have measurable targets in terms of how these custom duties and exemptions have impacted, especially under the Ministry of Trade and Development, as it really...
Member, I'm now rising on Standing Order 55(1)B, tedious repetition. Every member on your side who's spoken thus far has spoken about a report and the efficacy and all of that sort of thing. So that I would say, if you're doing that point, I'm not going to allow it. Go on to another point, please.
Madam, I will turn to a few of the other points that was raised by the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry as it relates to the custom duties and exemptions. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister dealt with the issue of the exemptions in particular sectors and how it would impact in terms of bringing relief, a measurable amount of relief to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But Madam Speaker, one of the issues that the Honourable Minister did not tell us about, which would have assisted us in terms of lending our support from the opposition, would have been the progress that the Ministry of Trade and Industry has made as it relates to the Registrar General's Department in terms of the process that will be utilized to implement these custom duties and exemptions as it relates to small, medium enterprise development and also existing industries and sectors in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, one of the boasts from government has been that they have been able to increase manufacturing, that they have been able to increase outside of the non-energy industry. But Madam Speaker, when you move from position 61 to position 104 in terms of the ease of doing business, one asks then, how does the custom duties and exemptions that we are debating here today?
Point of order, 48-1.
And I uphold that, and I'd also say again, Standing Order 55-1B, ease of business, because the general point, just because you weren't in the chamber, and while I know you were hearing outside, I would take it that maybe you didn't hear everything. Every member has spoken about other things in tandem with the customs exemptions, working for them to work. And at least 2 members, if not 3, on your side, has spoken about the ease of doing business. So I'll ask you to go on to another point.
On to another point. Madam, for the energy-related industries that the Honourable Minister spoke about, it only took 2 advantage of the exemptions, that is NP and Petrotrin. Therefore, there's no evidence beyond these 2 that there has been improvement in the energy sector, especially as Petrotrin has been shut down for the past 2 years by the government. And then we look at the revenue foregone.
Point of order, 48-1. And because that particular exemption for which we spoke is not about energy. The 2 companies I mentioned were energy companies involved in manufacturing. We are talking about manufacturing.
Again, member, I'll have to uphold the objection and move on to a different point, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, actually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was raising that in tandem with another point, so the Honourable Minister preempted me. Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the revenue foregone from exemptions to the 136 companies tallied 704 million, 108 in manufacturing, 26 in agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. The exemptions give opportunity for access to inputs at world market prices. And that was the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Exports amount to 18 billion in goods. This is a trade-off the government is looking to for the gains from the foregone revenue of 704 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to repeat that point because I think that is something that while the Minister of Trade and Industry jumps up every 2 minutes because she's uncomfortable with some of the issues that we are raising, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like for the Honourable Minister to listen to this very carefully. Exports amount to 18 billion in goods. This is a trade-off the government is looking to for the gains from the foregone revenue of 704 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Through the administering of concessions, they claim it has contributed to the diversification thrust. However, based on the quarterly index of economic activity of the central bank, there has been a decline in the manufacturing sector over the 5 years of the PNM being in government. And this is exactly what the honourable member, most of my colleagues have made the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. COVID-19 didn't reach in 2015, 2016, 17, 18. It was a PNM government that crashed the economy and has us in the position that we are in today. And that is why I say that based on a quarterly index of economic activity, it's not the UNC saying this, it is the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago that puts out these quarterly index of economic activity. And if the Honourable Minister of Trade has a problem and an uncomfortability dealing with these things, these are not numbers that are just popping up in the air, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These are numbers that are provided by the quarterly index of economic activity of the Central Bank. But when we go into the reports and we look at the numbers, it clearly manifests that it is not COVID-19 that crashed the economy. It is PNM incompetence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, based on quarterly index of economic activity, if the Honourable Minister didn't hear it for the first time, of the Central Bank, there has been a decline in the manufacturing sector over the 5 years of the PNM being in government. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it was around 2017 when it was a member for Diego Martin Northeast. What they sought to do was they sort of reclassify the manufacturing sector by saying that we will now expand the non-energy sector, and therefore we'll put all it downstream from the oil and gas industry into the non-manufacturing sector to give the impression that the economy was growing. So when the Honourable Prime Minister speaks about hogwash, that is hogwash, and that is what the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry should have come and dealt with today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Trade chose to cherry-pick with examples of Angostura, Carib, and Bermudez. Though there are 134 companies in the non-energy sector that would have had cause to access these waivers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 134 companies. So while the Honourable Minister speaks about big conglomerates and speaks about Angostura, Carib, and Bermudez, who has a large-scale capacity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what about the small and medium enterprise development? And these are the 134 companies in the non-energy sector that would have had cause to access these waivers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A more fulsome review of the impact of the waivers of customs duties should have been forthcoming. That is what we expected of the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry. But the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has a habit that what the Honourable Minister will tell us in 2015, there will be no follow-up in 2016. When the Honourable Minister tells us something is happening in 2017, there's no follow-up in 2018. And therefore, we expected a more fulsome review of the impact of the waivers of customs duties. That is what should have been forthcoming today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is why I say that in tandem with the point that I'm making, that last year the Honourable Minister told us that she would come to the Parliament and tell us that the work that she has been doing improved our ranking in terms of the ease of doing business. But she stayed silent. You know why, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Because we didn't do better, we did worse, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I will move on from that point. Without speaking to gross capital formation in the manufacturing sector, the Minister instead chose to point to a handful of companies that utilize the exemptions. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if a handful of these companies are utilizing the exemptions, then what is the plan for the Ministry of Trade and Industry? What is government's policy as it relates, especially in the time of COVID-19 and going forward, when a lot of small and medium enterprise development have been closing down at a crucial time, massive job losses coming out from the small and medium enterprise development companies? Why did the Honourable Minister choose to cherry-pick? Without speaking to gross capital formation in the manufacturing sector, the Minister instead chose to just pull out of a hat a few companies. Gross capital formation is a measure of gross net investments into fixed capital goods by companies. That's no rocket science, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Governments and households within the economy for a specific period. However, when taking stock of the value of an economic measure, it is important to measure the cumulative impact. And these were the simple things that we expected the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry, who has been in the portfolio since 2015 and has overseen the decline of trade and industry in Trinidad and Tobago, cannot point to one measurable success that this government has had under her purview and under her portfolio, we would have thought that gross capital formation, being a measure of gross net investments into fixed capital goods by companies, governments, and households within the economy for a specific period, would have been dealt with by the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry. However, when taking stock of the value of an economic measure, it is important to measure the cumulative impact. Did the Minister deal with that? No, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Minister and no member opposite has dealt with that issue. But they believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they come and they throw out great big companies, Angostura, Carib, and Bermudez, and that the country will believe that these waivers are benefiting them and is affecting the pockets of every man, woman, and child in the country. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at the nitty-gritty of it, and that is why we say, however, when taking stock of the value of an economic measure, it is important to measure the cumulative impact. What cumulative, has it had on the economy of Trinidad and Tobago? When you look at the indices that tells you whether or not our economy has grown because of these custom duties and waivers through big businesses, conglomerates, but also small and medium enterprise development. Did the Minister share any of this with us today? The Minister should be ashamed that under her purview, many small and medium enterprises have what? They have collapsed. We have had severe job losses. That is what the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry has presided over. Instead, our members opposite come and tell us that people in this country can get almond milk and yogurt in the grocery. But what about when you cannot get cricks, the poor man's food in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And the Honourable Minister did not tell us the impacts that these waivers will have in terms of the small and medium enterprise development and how the government will utilise these waivers to ensure that they are sustained. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn to the issue of incoming investments for these hotels. The Minister spoke, she indicated that she had spoken to Marriott, Radisson, and another in Tobago that should be coming. We are being told that another hotel, another few in Trinidad, and possibly in Tobago. However, given the experience with the Sandals project, we should wait and see what comes out of these projects. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, when you look at Barbados and you look at Antigua and Barbuda in the context of these custom duties and waivers and the exemptions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what they have done for industries that have severe impact that are more vulnerable, especially during the COVID period. If you look at countries that depend on tourism as a major contributor to their economy, the ministries that deal with trade and industry, what they have done, especially in Barbados, where Prime Minister Mia Mottley is, and also
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Barbuda. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, 48-1.
Okay. Move on. I'm tying the point. Go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at Barbados, you look at Antigua and Barbuda in the context of what we're dealing with today, the customs exemptions, the waivers, etc. What they have done is that they had established a committee that in light of the COVID-19 issues that have affected important industries like tourism in their country, what they had done was that they're putting together a master plan that deals comprehensively with products, marketing, foreign direct investment that will impact on custom duties and exemptions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what do we have in Trinidad and Tobago? You have the bubblegum minister, the only thing that she can boast about in terms of industries creating...
Yes. 1 second.
On Standing Order 48-4 and 6, this is just unacceptable.
Member, I'd like you to retract.
Withdraw, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Unlike the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry in Trinidad and Tobago, what we are doing today is that we are pulling the exemptions and the customs duties and waivers out of a hat. The Honourable Member for Siparia dealt adequately with that particular issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I would implore the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry to stop burying her head like the proverbial ostrich in the sand and look to see what other countries are doing, because they are making progress and we are not. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the government feels and the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry thinks that Trinidad and Tobago is moving full speed ahead and that we are benefiting in a tangible way.
Member. Thank you. I recognize the member of the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had almost forgotten what the lower house, the standard is in the lower house. I had almost forgotten. The UNC was completely out of tune with the purpose of this motion, completely off point. And I was very, I mean, all of the speakers, they had to be called out on repetition. Many of the contributions were vacuous. In fact, when the Honourable Member for Superior got up, I thought, well, here we are. We will get a report on what they did and the outcomes of the UNC master plan. And I'm speaking directly on the points that they made. The Member for Superior spoke about the UNC master plan. But if she came here to report, she should have reported to the country on what the results of the UNC master plan were. What occurred under her watch. So I can tell you that there were no new hotels under that UNC government. Absolutely none. There was no growth in the manufacturing sector. As a matter of fact, when we came in here in 2015, that manufacturing sector had tumbled. If you go back now and you look at the statistics, revenue under the manufacturing sector from 2010 to 2015 fell considerably. Absolutely, there were no improvements. And let me not even talk about the energy sector. And agriculture sector, what were the investments on the agriculture sector between 2010 and 2015? Tell me of any large report to the country. Tell me of any large private sector investments in the tourism industry, in the agricultural sector, in the agro-processing sector, in the manufacturing sector. Talk about that. Report to the country. There was absolutely nothing to report on at all. And don't come here and tell us about diversification, because after 5 years with top dollar revenues, you did not diversify this economy. Absolutely, there's nothing to report from your side. Only a lot of hogwash, and I can use the word hogwash. It was used in this debate about the red economy, blue economy, green economy, silver economy. At the end of the day, absolutely no progress in terms of diversification, because they can't come here today wasting a lot of time and absolutely nothing to report, no success coming out of that UNC master plan. And I never knew that the word banditry was allowed in this House. But the opposition spoke about banditry in the agriculture sector. But the nerve of them to come here to talk about banditry. We remember all well the banditry that occurred under the last government. And I'm going to keep this debate very narrow. And I'm responding to the points which they raised about banditry. That SIS, I mean, they were receiving projects left, right, and center, everywhere. Where is all that money? Where is all that money? And that's right, in Panama, not benefiting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that $1 billion on the Beetham wastewater project, $1 billion flashed down the drain. That could have gone to some good use and helped to develop all of these sectors. You could have put that $1 billion, you could have encouraged them to invest in that particular sector. Live sport. And I'm not going to, and you have the nerve to come here and talk about World Corruption Day? But yes, you should be celebrating. You have a right to be celebrating. You all were involved, your members were involved in all sorts of spurious activities. And where are these members? Where are they? They have returned to this honorable parliament.
Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-6, the member is imputing improper motives when she's saying that members have returned to this parliament.
Members, please, I need no assistant. Overrule.
And I would remind you, and I don't want to waste too much time, I would remind you about what we met here when we came in 2015. We had to set about, in these very difficult times, between our first year in office from 2015, when we came in. You remember the level of expenditure that we met? I think it was $63 billion. The deficit, as I said, those were good times. We are in not so good times now. Those were good times. Oil prices at $100, and to come in here and to meet a deficit of about $13.53 billion. That is what we met under them. With these very scarce resources we had to think about prioritizing, and we were able to reduce that to now $8.21 billion in 2021. We have had to work to reverse all of the negative aspects of the economy that they've brought upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When I look at inflation, the level of inflation under that last government, we have worked assiduously to bring that level of inflation down to where it is now today, 0.6%, one of the lowest in the world. And our Prime Minister, I ain't supposed to talk about energy here, had to really take the mantle when it came to repositioning the energy sector, which we so depend on. And you were not listening, because I spoke about numbers. I told you, I spoke about the value of revenue foregone in granting these this concession under Sections 56 of the Customs Act. I spoke about it. I gave the figure 704 million TT dollars, and right away I showed you where out of that we were able to earn exports to the extent of $18 billion over the period. I spoke extensively about the markets, 120 markets. You got it. You pretended you didn't hear and just came and you ranted and so on. And I can tell you, I'm very, very pleased with the manufacturing sector in Trinidad and Tobago. There have been a number of new programs that have been developed to incentivize and revitalize the sector. And we're doing this in consultation with the TTMA. There's a strong partnership between the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, a very strong partnership. So we are assisting them in penetrating traditional and non-traditional markets and financing growth and global expansion. We are helping them to boost their production capacity, helping them to create new and innovative products. And all of this we're doing with the generosity of the Minister of Finance and the government by extending to them $50 million in what can be termed a national export booster initiative to help with a number of areas, including international certification and so on, which will allow them to be able to achieve all the food and beverage standards necessary to enter particular markets and so on, to assist with product compliance and so on. We are working well with the TTME, and let me tell you something. When in this year, historic, unprecedented, and this is what we had to deal with. Everybody understands that every country in the world was impacted by COVID. And with the scarce resources which we had, the Minister of Finance had to bob and weave. Under the guidance of the Honourable Prime Minister, we were able to do a lot in terms of supporting business and getting all of these businesses back on their feet. A range of activities. In fact, there was, and now there's an SME stimulus loan program. And so that we have invested, I think, about $200 million into credit unions. There's also a micro-enterprise grant program through NETCO, assisting some 5,000 micro-businesses. We have introduced, and this was even before COVID, this is through the Exim Bank, a forex facility with an initial capitalization of $100 million to assist with securing inputs into into our manufacturing sector. $100 million US dollars. A number of exporters, I think the figure is in excess of 120. They have all benefited from a special import forex window, that's US $75 million, launched in April 2020, in the height of COVID, to ensure that we were able to import all that we needed to, all of the inputs into manufacturing, all of the basic goods that we needed. And since then, another 75 US million have been introduced as well. So that a lot has been done to support small business. A lot has been done to support the small, the small and medium manufacturers and small and medium enterprises and the micro enterprises. And I came here today to speak about one incentive. That's one incentive in terms of many that is being on offer by this government. If you go to the Ministry of Finance's website, you will find 9 pages of incentives available to agriculture, to tourism, to manufacturing, to the energy sector. It's there, 9 pages of incentives. But you don't want to look. You want to come here to think that I must call out all of the 9 pages. Wrong. And in particular for the manufacturing industry, there are a number of facilities, especially at the Export TT, all assisting with the development of not only large businesses, but small and medium businesses as well. And you wanted to talk about SMEs. Under this government, a number of small manufacturers, small and medium manufacturers are growing. And I can give you a figure. There are about 184 non-energy exporters in Trinidad and Tobago. 184. And of those, you will be pleased to know that 102 of them are just small and medium-sized exporters. 102. And these are the businesses that in particular Export TT and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, we would be focusing on. So there's no need for me to come here and call out the 134 businesses that have benefited. They are small, medium, and large. I have a list here. If you want to see the list, you could get the list.
Member, please, no display.
I'm sorry. Speaker. I have the list here. I don't have to call them all out. And for SMEs, through the Ministry of Trade, we are doing a number of special facilities, including our grant fund facility, including our research and development facility as well, our steel pan manufacturing grant facility. There are a myriad, as I said, of opportunities and incentives and financing opportunities that have been provided by this government. And then one of the members spoke about the Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park, that the member from Moruga, and I'm sure she didn't say that, passed there last week and then she didn't see anybody. Come on. If you open the park, it must have been in August of this year. How do you expect to see people walking in and out of the park? Do you not realize that there would be leases to be signed and negotiated, machinery and equipment to be brought into the actual park? But I can tell you, and I'm pleased to report, that we have already signed 3 leases for pepper production, for root crop processing, and also for the Maruga Hill Rise as well. And there's more to come. The interest is there. And I can tell you, again, not the government, private sector under this government has spent within the last year and a half to 2 years more than $100 million investing in the agriculture and agro-processing sector. The Nutrimix new hatchery plant in Rivulet Road in central Trinidad, that is almost to completion. And Couva South, member for Couva South, you would know, you pass there all the time and you see the huge investment in your, right? Then, of course, the PPP, no, I'm calling them out. I'm calling some of them out, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is a PPP which has already been completed, and this is with regard to the Aripo livestock station, and this is with Maralisa Farms. A huge success. Then, of course, there's another entity which has gone into rabbit farming, a smaller entity. There's Central Farms, and Central Farms is now expanding, and they are into duck production and duck processing. So that there's another large project with organic beef and lamb being produced. And you know that is in Couva again, in the member of Couva South, within the Couva South constituency. So we have been doing all that is necessary to boost this sector, allocating lands and satisfying people who have issues with land tenure, and they have just not been sorted out by the last government. And talking about hotel, tourism, what hotel projects were done under the last government? In addition to the 3 projects which I named, the Radisson Blu, the Bree Hotel, the Comfort Inn as well, there was also the recent investment by Rex Resorts in Tobago. So we now have the Turtle Beach Rex Resorts Hotel. And these are difficult times, and we are having investments in the tourism industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And we could have had a 5th. We could have had a 5th, but let me not lay blame to any particular person here, but we could have had a 5th in terms of sandals. So I know my time is limited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is recommended that this motion be passed in this Honourable House. I know that the opposition is going to support after all that is said and done. This is going to allow the Minister with responsibility for industry to grant import duty concessions to approved industry, approved agriculture, livestock, forestry and fisheries, approved hotels, approved mining purposes, and other approved purposes. I therefore beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from import duties of customs for the period beginning 1st January 2021 and ending 31st December 2023. The classes of goods imported and entered for use in Trinidad and Tobago for the following purposes set out in Part A of the list of conditional duty exemptions in the 3rd schedule of the Customs Act. A, Roman numeral 1, for approved industry. B, Roman numeral 2, for approved agriculture, livestock, forestry and fisheries. C, Roman numerals 3, for approved hotels. D, Roman numerals 4, for approved mining purposes. And E, Roman numerals 5, for other approved purposes. This resolution shall come into effect on 1st January 2021. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Motion number 2, I call on the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. This is motion number 2. Whereas it is provided by Section 56(1)A of the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, that the House of Representatives may, from time to time by resolution, provide that any class of goods specified in the resolution shall be exempt from import duties of customs if the goods are imported or entered for use by any person for any purpose specified in the resolution during any period to be fixed by the minister in each particular case, not being a period terminating later than the date prescribed in the resolution, as the last day on which such exemption shall be operative, and subject to such conditions as the minister may impose. And whereas by legal notice number 158 of 2017, the last resolution in respect of the goods identified therein came into effect on 1st January 2018 and shall expire on 31st December 2020. And whereas it is expedient that certain goods continue to be exempt from import duties of customs as of 1st January 2021, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from customs duties of customs the class of goods specified in the first column of the schedule, being goods imported for or entered for use for the purposes specified in the second column for the period specified in the third column, but that this resolution shall cease to have effect in respect of any class of goods specified in the first column that is manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the first column, we speak of class of goods being equipment, material, and supplies. In the second column, purposes for which goods are to be used, and these are imported for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. And can I repeat this one, please? Imported for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. And in the third column, the period of exemption from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say up front that I'm here to do one thing, which is to speak in respect of an extension of benefits granted under Section 56 of the Customs Act. This is not an energy debate, and I'm going to confine my discussion solely to the extension of the benefit regarding offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. I repeat, this is not an energy debate. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, similar to the previous motion, this motion is straightforward. It's about the customs exemption on equipment, material, and supplies for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. And the purpose of the motion is to seek an extension of the benefits granted pursuant to Section 56(1)A of the Customs Act. I would just say very generally that the energy sector has long been a primary driver of the Trinidad and Tobago economy. That is known and that is established. And as at 2019, it accounted for 34% of our GDP, contributing significantly to government revenues, to employment, and to also to foreign exchange earnings. And these earnings, we know at this time, are however, constrained by international market conditions. And we have seen the trend over the last few decades, but even more recently during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite this, activities in the exploration and extraction subsector remains positive and very promising. Activity continues. This sector continues to be attractive to many upstream investors who are truly committed to their exploration and capital investment projects, even against the backdrop of this pervasive pandemic. And I repeat, many major energy companies in Trinidad and Tobago have committed to their planned and ongoing development projects. And according to the Review of the Economy 2020, foreign direct investments from oil and gas companies in this sector is expected at US $2.2 billion for the calendar year of 2020. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, exemplifies the continued faith and confidence in our economy, but it always was not so. But this is so under the stewardship of our Honourable Prime Minister and in the capable hands of our Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Franklin Khan, ably assisted by Minister Young. It is under the stewardship of our Honourable Prime Minister that strides were being taken as early as 2015 when we came into office with a view to securing the future of our oil and gas sector, production and exploration in Trinidad and Tobago. And following the Prime Minister's visit to the headquarters of BHP Petroleum and Shell and BP, all I think in 2019, all of these conglomerates have renewed their commitments to Trinidad and Tobago. So this resolution supports the decisions by these companies to reinvest and to further explore upstream activities, and this is despite the global uncertainties. Looking at the period January 2018 to October 2020, there were 6 companies that benefited from duty-free exemptions under this particular Section 56. And this is through the issuance of offshore licenses under the provisions for offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. I emphasize again, this is but one incentive and not the myriad of incentives that are offered by our energy sector. And I want to name those companies, those 6 licenses which were given during the period 2018 to 2020. And one would be Perenco, Trinidad and Tobago Limited, formerly Repsol. Then, of course, there were 4, and I'm going to give the name exactly as stated on the license. 4 of these licenses were to EOG Resources Trinidad Block 4A Unlimited. And of course, the 6th one was to BP Trinidad and Tobago Company Limited. I would have spoken before, and I'm clarifying again for this Honourable House and members on the other side, that when I spoke of 2 companies that benefited under 2 energy companies under the first incentive which I spoke to, those were Petrotrin and NP, the Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited, and this is in the capacity of them being energy manufacturers. We are speaking now about the second resolution. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in coming to the House today, I would have consulted with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries on the continuation of these incentives under Section 56(1)(a) of the Customs Act. It is not a decision for me. I would have consulted. And we are all of the view that given the challenges being faced amidst the pandemic, and also in view of the interest that is being shown in this sector, the provision of this incentive is important, and particularly at this time in sustaining the proposed activities in the upstream sector. As such, it is being recommended for an extension of 2 years. On the last occasion, we would have extended it for 3 years. The Ministry of Energy and Industries have particularly asked us, they've particularly asked us to extend it for 2 years, commencing 1st January 2021 to December 31st, 2022. They believe that they would like the opportunity to review the sector and the particular incentive, and that the 2 years will provide sufficient time to fully assess the environment and its needs, and to think more fulsomely about its targeted approaches to sustaining activities in the energy sector. So I'd just like to say again that there are several incentives. I want to make the point again because I know members on the other side are going to get up and make a lot of noise about the fact that I didn't speak about the other incentives, but I'm saying this is not the purpose, but I'll just identify that there are a number of them, including exploration allowances, deep water incentives, incentives related to workover rigs, heavy oil allowances, incentives related to plant and machinery and equipment used in the energy industry. Of course, there's the SPT regime. There are incentives as well for new field development. And of course, there are also incentives for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And energy efficiency. So again, I think the sector is in very good hands under the watchful eye of the Honourable Prime Minister and in the capable hands of Ministers Franklin Can, who has prime responsibility and ably assisted by Minister Stuart Young. The sector is important, is the most important sector after services. Services contributes a little bit more, but this is very important for earning foreign exchange in particular on account of the exports of all of the energy products, and of course including as well all of the petrochemical products, which will be the byproducts of this particular sector. The sector continues to be integral to the long-term growth and development of our country. And I've said it before, we are an energy province, right? So the sector contributes considerably, significantly to government's revenue, to our export earnings, as well as to our GDP. I want to make the point, because the opposition is going to get up, we're going to hear from them, that when the PPP government was in office, they were absolutely not in control of the energy sector. And we had to correct many of their miscalculations and under the energy sector that occurred under the PPP government, including numerous write-offs against CapEx and so on, the effect of which did not help Trinidad and Tobago. Right? In the last 2 years, notwithstanding, we've done the work that is necessary. As I said before, our Prime Minister took it upon himself, went to all of the energy conglomerates to the extent where we have firm, long-lasting relationships with all of the large energy investors in Trinidad and Tobago. They know us in their boardrooms. They know and understand the relationship is there. In the last 2 years, Trinidad and Tobago would have earned about $7.7 billion in revenue from a 12.5% royalty on all hydrocarbons produced in the country. That royalty system remains fundamental to the taxation of non-renewable assets, which include oil and gas, so that the work continues, all to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So as I said before, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, they are satisfied that this time, the 2 years, will give them sufficient time to assess the environment, the needs, its changing needs. We are in a period of volatility affecting almost every sector, but in particular, the energy sector. As you know, we are price takers, and we are subject to the vagaries of the international energy market. So the measures that I've spoken about, and in particular, the one that we are here for, remain crucial to ensuring the success of the sector, and of course the overall recovery and sustainability of our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from import duties of customs the class of goods specified in the first column of the schedule, being goods imported or entered for use for the purposes specified in the second column for the period specified in the third column, but that this resolution shall cease to have effect in respect of any class of goods specified in the first column that is manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago. The schedule. First column, class of goods, equipment, material, and supplies. Second column, purposes for which goods are to be used. Imported for use in offshore petroleum, exploration, and petroleum operations. Third column, period of exemption from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2022. This resolution shall come into effect on 1st January 2021. I recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is indeed my pleasure to join in the debate on motion number 2 on the order paper today, which looks at the custom exemptions for offshore petroleum and exploration products, an exemption for equipment and material and supplies imported for use in offshore petroleum exploration and production operations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Trade and Industry spent quite a lot of time focusing on what the opposition or members opposite intend to say, and focused precious little time on what she ought to be telling the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while this may be a simple motion, I think it's always important for us to remember what the role of a parliament is. And we have a scrutiny function in this House, in this honourable House. We, as members of Parliament, have a duty to scrutinise the role of the executive and the proposals that they bring before us. And therefore, when we ask questions and we raise concerns, it is for the good of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, if the Minister had spent her preparation time and spent the duration of her speech speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and accounting to the people of Trinidad and Tobago on the cost and benefit analysis of this exemption to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we would have had a more fulsome and productive contribution by the Minister of Trade and Industry. Instead, what we got was pure rhetoric. Very simply, we had a lot of propaganda with a slight sprinkling of policy every now and again. The minister sought to tell us, with little to no evidence, that our energy sector is in good hands, while simultaneously going through a lot of pains to say this is not an energy debate. It is not an energy debate. And we accept that it is not an energy debate. But if you read through the motion, it would have been very easy to account to the population on a number of questions, which I'll go through very shortly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you are dealing with the natural resources and the wealth of the country, and the minister is at pains to recognize the importance of the energy industry to Trinidad and Tobago, we are looking, several questions come into play in the extractive industry decision chain. The extractive industry decision chain looks at whether or not a country is getting value for money when you convert natural resources to under the ground to better development for the state. And therefore, the government, any executive, is obligated to report to the nation whether or not we are getting value for money. And so we have a number of questions as to who stands to benefit from these exemptions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at these exemptions, the minister was duty-bound to tell us how this exemption will benefit the economy and the country as a whole. And what we needed to know was the tangible benefits, figures, and actual results and revenue from the past. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not new. There should be there should be significant information that the Minister of Trade could have reported to us had she taken this debate seriously and her role and her function as a member of the executive reporting to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are discussing here today is the bread and butter of Trinidad and Tobago. We are looking at how we as a country will survive over the next few years. Therefore, it was important to treat this debate with a degree of seriousness that I found severely lacking from the Minister of Trade and Industry. When I listened to the Minister's contribution, in an attempt to keep it brief and without going into too many details and expanding the debate, the Minister lost a sense of reporting to the nation. When Minister of Trade and Industry was the last time, if ever, was there a comprehensive review undertaken by this ministry as to the efficacy of this exemption? And if so, if a report was undertaken, it is your job in a mature democracy to come to us as a nation and say, listen, over the past few years as this exemption has been in effect, this is how you as a citizen benefited over time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if less than a desirable number of energy companies access this exemption, what may be the reasons for this, and how does the government propose to fix this? That is the kind of detailed and mature debating we expect to see in the House of Representatives of Trinidad and Tobago. As we mature as a democracy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we hope that the government takes their job and responsibility to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago more seriously, because what we saw here today was severely lacking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we needed to find out whether or not the companies that access this exemption fully complied with the terms of use granted by the license under Section 56 of the Customs Act. And if not, what measures have been taken with respect to these breaches? You see, if the minister had tailored her contribution along these lines, we would have had something to respond to. But you opened the debate and you gave us nothing to respond to, because you came here saying, I expect the opposition will say this and they will not agree to this. Focus on your job and you will do a better job. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also must ask, and while I acknowledge and I accept that this is not an energy debate, we are speaking about incentives in the energy sector. And therefore, we must also ask, what is the overarching policy of this government with regards to incentives? Because we have heard a lot of flip-flopping on incentives from the PNM administration. On one hand, it's giving it away, and on the other hand, it's good for the economy, and incentives are good. So you have to decide, are you for incentives or are you against incentives? And what is your overarching policy with respect to the incentives used to boost oil production and the energy sector? Mr. Deputy Speaker, listening to the Minister of Trade and Industry, you would be left in a state of confusion, because on one hand, you're hearing the energy sector is in good hands, we're doing very well. And on the other hand, you're hearing, well, it's not really our fault, prevailing international circumstances. So it is that there's an attempt to pacify a population that is understandably and justifiably worried about our revenue earnings by saying, we're doing good, but if we're not doing good, it's not our fault. Imagine that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is the quality of information we have coming from the other side. If it's good, it's us. If it's not good, it's somebody else. And that's what we are left to deal with as a population of Trinidad and Tobago. On the face of it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we understand that there's a benefit to our nation for creating an environment for investor confidence. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was under People's Partnership government that foreign direct investment flows crossed over $5 billion US. So we on the side absolutely understand the importance of improving investor confidence. But Mr. Vice President, this government has not boasted of any net FDI flows in the billions. In fact, they've never focused on foreign direct investment. And therefore the question stands, which companies stand to benefit from this measure? I know the minister named the 6 companies, but that benefited the last time, but as we're going forward, who stands to benefit? And how much money in exemptions will be given? What has been the total revenue position of these companies over the past 3 years? It is important to assess the size of the exemption in relation to what is being given out, and in relation to the largest that they have taken. What is the expected contribution to our economy over the next 2 years for these companies in relation to their past contribution over the past 2 years? This is important information for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to become stakeholders in our energy industry. You see, you want an informed population. An informed population is desirable because that way you have a more participatory democracy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, I would like to turn, I know the Minister of Trade and Industry said that there were a number of incentives that she will not mention here today simply because it's not relevant to the debate. But it is relevant information for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Natural resource transparency requires the government to have an inclusive and comprehensive national strategy for the management of resources. Inclusion results in the maximum benefits for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in participation with your natural resources. The actions in this government in managing our natural resources displays no commitment to transparency and no demonstrated public oversight of operations. There was no clearer example than today during Prime Minister's question time when we had to ask as to the status of the patriotic energy deal and no answer was given, no deadline was given, and we have to keep begging for an answer in the state of billions of dollars of energy assets in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why we say there's no demonstrated transparency and accountability from this government when it comes to our energy and energy industries, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is an unwillingness to empower citizens to become informed stakeholders in the energy sector. And why is that? Because the people who control the information, if you control the data, that means you spoon feed us what you want. And there is no clearer example than that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, than when I listen to the flip-flopping on the gas negotiations. You know, there were, on one day, it is the Prime Minister successfully led gas negotiations. And because of sheer confusion going on that side, I am very well aware that the next speaker is intending to start his contribution on the gas negotiations. And I would advise him very clearly to change the first page of his speech. Because when, on one hand, you're saying, we are responsible for these gas negotiations. The Prime Minister is responsible. And a quick Google search will show you at least 4 or 5 different articles where they are saying the Prime Minister was not responsible for the gas negotiations. Again, it says, if it's good, it's us. If it's not good today, it wasn't us, it was somebody else. And it wasn't me argument. If you look, January 28, PM's office clarifies misrepresentation on energy negotiations. March 28, 2019, PM did not negotiate gas price. It goes on and on with articles flip-flopping on whether or not they negotiated or they did not negotiate. And that's what I say when they said they do not wish to give the population accurate information. So while it is commendable, the PNM's message discipline is admirable, that they will come here day in and day out and say they're responsible for everything good in the energy sector. What is not so admirable is their distance from the truth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is of grave concern to us how far away from the truth they will stray to prove their point. So I would advise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that as we proceed in debating this motion, It is imperative that for us to keep the wheels of this economy turning, it is time for the government to come to the Parliament with information, with the details and the reports that inform the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to participate in making informed decisions. That is our job, that is our role in this Parliament. There is a role for scrutiny and accountability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important for us to understand that this House is not a rubber stamp, and it is not sufficient for us to say, as a maturing democracy, that because we did it for X number of years, we will continue to do it so, and there will be no accountability to whether or not it was efficient, it was effective, and it redounded to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is time for us as a nation to grow up and give citizens the information that they deserve to make decisions that directly impact all of us. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you are talking about an energy sector that is in good hands, remind the population that there's been no new bid rounds, no roadshows in 2019, an amazing lack of any significant seismic exploration. Upstream activity has been such that we placed all this hope on this BHP broadside, and when it was drilled dry, that it was a huge concern to the energy sector.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, most respectfully, Standing Order 48-1, please.
Again, tying the point quickly, member.
No problem.
Tying the point, I'll give you some leeway.
Thank you. And so I raise that to say that in her contribution, the Minister of Trade said, we have nothing here to worry about. Let us continue with these exemptions. This will be enough incentive for the energy sector. It will take us where we need to be. And quite respectfully, I'm saying, if over the last 2 years, with these exemptions in place, this is what we saw, that cannot be accurate. And that is the point that I am making. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say to those opposite and to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in debating motions as simple as they may be on face value, we as Trinidadians and Tobagonians must demand accountability and transparency in government affairs. You must come here prepared to give us details and not rhetoric. You must come here to give us information and not propaganda, and we will stand for nothing else. And I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for San Fernando East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to apologize for my earlier miscommunication. Usually, both of these motions are brought together, but due to the efforts of those on the other side, today they were separated. So I'm back again for the first time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion seeks to extend the benefits granted pursuant to Section 56(1)(a) of the Customs Act from 1st of January 2021 to 31st of December 2022. This conditional exemption reduces operational costs on offshore exploration by eliminating import duties. Now, the previous speaker spoke about what is the government's position in terms of incentives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say in front of the national community that we are for incentives, but incentives with oversight. Not the free-for-all that occurred under the former UNC administration, where we had our national gas company buying FET tickets to the Hyatt Carnival party. She was very concerned about oversight and exactly what are these exemptions, how do we protect these exemptions from being abused. Well, let me list some of the oversight for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 1, conditional exemptions are granted with certain conditions. The minister with responsibility may stipulate conditions which may include mandatory obligations to keep accounts and records, bonds or bonded warehouses. 2, minister's license. These are granted by Ministry of Trade for a certain period of time and with certain conditions and obligations. Licenses can be revoked by the Ministry of Trade. 3, Customs and Excise Division under the Customs Act, Section 37, has the responsibility for the monitoring the use of any good brought in under a conditional exemption to ensure conditions are being complied with. So now that I've listed that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me also speak of the benefits of this exemption. 1, supporting increased employment through the creation of industry. 2, growing economy by making means of production easier to access. 3, supporting small and medium-sized businesses and reducing the cost of goods and services by reducing the cost of production. As we know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the energy sector is the lifeblood of our economy, and exploration is the lifeblood of the energy sector. It would be remiss of me not to highlight the importance of this offshore exploration sector, and by extension, the energy sector. The energy sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is just as important to this administration as the agricultural sector. So I was surprised to hear earlier members speaking about this government trying to intentionally damage certain industries, especially after we have invested so much and added so much stimulus to the agricultural sector. It is to the testament of this PNM administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that activities in the exploration and extraction subsector remain on the front burner. This sector continues to be attractive to many upstream investors who are committed to the exploration and capital investment projects, even against the backdrop of this pandemic. This resolution provides the context for major upstream oil companies in Trinidad and Tobago to commit to development projects. And now I'm going to read out some of those projects to assist the former Speaker in her quest for information. In the fiscal year 2021 budget statement outlined that September 9, 2020, and because of continuing negotiations of gas-related issues, BPTT received a 10-year extension on 92 of its exploration and production licenses in the Columbus Basin. As a result, the state will reap a financial benefit of $250 million over the 4-year period 2021 to 2024. Mr. Speaker, these discussions have been taking place for some time. Government completed phase 1 of the discussions in December 2018. BPTT received a 10-year extension to its Southeast Galeota license, as well as Teak, Salmon, Pui, and East Mayaro licenses. In return, the state received a sum of $1 billion for settlement of legacy issues. When we talk about legacy issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know exactly what we mean. These renewals of exploration and production licenses, as well as the cash payments to government, have been mutually beneficial and have placed the energy sector on a more solid and sustainable footing. Activities in the exploration and extraction subsector remain promising. According to the review of the Economy 2020, foreign direct investments from oil and gas companies in this sector are estimated at $2.2 billion for the calendar year of 2020. So when the honorable member of Tabakit was saying that she didn't understand what was going on or what investments were being made, I just explained it to her. This exemplifies the continued faith and confidence that international energy companies have in our economy. Additionally, 2 energy manufacturing companies also benefited from duty exemptions over this period. These manufacturing companies were in turn able to export products cumulatively valued at approximately 17.1 billion TT dollars. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear that these exemptions are benefiting our energy sector and therefore benefiting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Further, significant investments are also being made further down the energy value chain and on major renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have no doubt that we will continue to be an attractive location for investment in the oil sector for years to come. The latest crude oil audit prepared by Netherlands, Sewell and Associates for the year ended 2018 indicated proved crude oil reserves of 220.1 million barrels, 10.3% more than the 199.5 million barrels in 2012. Probable reserves rose to 99.7 million barrels, 16.6% higher than 85.5 million barrels in 2012. We are witnessing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the result of onshore undeveloped opportunities. Let me close with the rationale for the renewal of this existing resolution. Now more than ever, efforts as exemplified in this resolution are key to supporting oil and gas companies' decisions to reinvest and further explore upstream activities despite the uncertainties. Let me mention a quote by a Canadian author, entrepreneur, and philosopher, Mr. Matshona Dilweo. He once stated, "A muddy diamond is better than an unsullied pebble." After all that we have been through, all of the adversity, all of the collapsing oil prices since 2014 and a global pandemic, Trinidad and Tobago and its economy remains the diamond of this region. And that is due to the careful management of this PNM administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the context of so many uncertainties, this PNM government will continue to grasp the challenges as they come, mindful of the risk, and work tirelessly for the benefit of all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I join in this debate to carry on from where my colleague from the member for Tabaquite ended. And I am a bit amazed by the contribution from my honorable colleague for San Fernando East, because if the member had done a bit of research and looked at the Hansard from 2015, the honorable member would have realized that this motion was split in two. So this is not the first time that the motion has been split in two. It has been debated as two separate debates in the past. And, you know, the honorable member spoke about NGC, you know, and I find it a bit strange because under the People's Partnership, the NGC never made a loss. So it is very strange that he speaks about the ability of his government to make the right decisions in the energy sector. And lastly, I was amazed with the members' position on the importance of oversight, where it was only last night we sent oversight to the cemetery, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I find it very strange that the member would speak about oversight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Trade has come today again with motion number 2, asking the House to extend a series of benefits in the offshore petroleum sector. Now, in order to give that blessings, the Parliament, the members of this House, it is important, and as said by the member for Tabaquite, we cannot, as an opposition, just accept what you say. We must have the ability, and it is our duty, to question the efficacy of the exemptions in delivering the objectives of the government. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this position that one feels that the opposition is only here to object to government's policy, the fact of the matter, we are here to punch holes in everything that the government does with the intention that when the holes are punched and there is some opportunity to fix it, then the government does better, and we all as a people, all as a nation, improve the quality of our lives. So it is important that we as an opposition come here every time and we debate to the fullest of our capacity every single bill, motion, or any other item that comes before this House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how do we measure the efficacy of the exemptions that are before us today in this motion number 2? And while the minister basically shrugged the whole conversation about, you know, other exemptions and so on, and this was not an energy debate, I want to bring you back to 2 bits of information here that we can judge whether these exemptions have worked for us in the past. So when the minister presented this very similar motion in December of 2015, the minister said, and it's on Hansard, that oil production was at its lowest, 81,000 barrels a day. Fast forward to October 5th, 2020, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his budget debate, he said that oil production has been rising steadily and is projected to reach 60,000 barrels per day by the end of 2020. Now, if we were at 81,000 in 2015, and we are rising steadily to 60,000 barrels a day, then to me something is wrong with that maths. It means that the concessions that are being offered in the format that it is not achieving the desired results to ramp up the expected amount of oil production. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the story is very similar in the area of natural gas as well, because we're looking at incentives in the offshore petroleum sector, which we do mining for both crude oil and natural gas. Again, in the contribution of the Honourable Minister in 2015, she indicated that gas production was 3.86 billion cubic feet per day. Fast forward to the budget address of the Minister of Finance, he said natural gas production is expected to average 3.2 billion standard cubic feet per day in fiscal 2020. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I question, if we have these concessions in place, why it is that we have not seen a measurable improvement in the volume of gas being extracted at the end of the day. So, where is the evidence? The minister did not come here today and present any evidence that the concessions are working. Unlike the motion before, which I will not go into, but the intention is to improve investment, improve business, improve new exploration. And if it is not doing that, well, then it must be revisited. The minister ought to have come here today and say, look, why are we just going to rubber stamp and repeat this? Let us change this. Let's speak about some new initiatives that will allow for the objective that these concessions in motion number 2 have set out to do. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really question the minister whether her government undertook a critical review of the worthiness of this incentive in the energy sector in the format that it is presenting to us today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have a few questions. How does these exemptions tying with government's strategic objective for the petroleum sector? Perhaps the minister in her wind-up, she can perhaps share that information with us. With respect to energy, the exemptions from January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2020, which is a couple of weeks from today, what was the direct financial benefits in the offshore exploration and production sector? That data has not come before us today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what has been the value of investments in the sector for each of those years that we have used these exemptions? What is the value of investments that has been forecasted for the revised period over the next 2 years? These are important questions that must be answered if we are to explain as a parliament to the people of Trinidad and Tobago where we want to go. Mr. Deputy Speaker, will these concessions have a direct tie-in into the resultant increase in energy sector jobs? Which areas can the people of Trinidad and Tobago expect to see some growth and opportunity in the job market? This is pertinent information that I feel, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would be so important to be able to educate our citizenry as to what are the benefits for having these duties and these concessions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also want to ask if these exemptions are expected to provide any benefits, not only in crude oil and natural gas exploration, but how are these customs exemptions going to play a role in what we call the downstream energy commodities? What, if any, in light of the current state of the Point Lisas industrial estate, and more so the concern about Atlantic Train 1, how would these concessions benefit or deal with some of those issues? And I say that in the most respectful way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because while many of us may have a better understanding of the energy industry than the average man outside there, it is important for the government to come and lay out some of these objectives in simpler terms, simpler forms. So at the end of the day, the government will get some support and buy-in when they bring these measures in the form of this motion to the House to get it stamped and approved by the members of Parliament. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I took note of a comment that the Minister of Trade made when she indicated that the People's Partnership was out of control during its tenure in 2010 to 2015 with regards to the energy sector. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if that is so, the government, which was led by the member for Siparia, being out of control, we were able to amend the fiscal regime, which led to 5 successful bid rounds, a total of 21 production sharing contracts, and 9 deep water blocks were licensed. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if that is what you can get by being out of control, I plead with this government to get themselves out of control and put some activity back into the energy sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was the very same, the minister also mentioned about some error on our part with regards to tax write-offs. And I've heard this for 5 years in terms of the accelerated capitalization for the investments in the sector. But the fact is that incentive in 2013-2014 is what put gas in the pipelines in 17 and 18. And that is a fact. You can't argue with that. And just to clear up one more thing on that issue, the tax incentive, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There was a hue and cry that the People's Partnership gave away tax money by those incentives. But you know what is the fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker? The energy companies were happy with the incentive. They invested their money in juniper and truck and all these other fields. The gas came out in time, but you know what? The energy prices were so low that they did not make any money, so they couldn't write off any taxes. So what happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker? The energy companies ended up investing their money in infrastructure to bring the gas out, and they had no opportunity to claim it back because no money was made. So we didn't lose $1. The country didn't lose $1 out of that, but we got gas to put it in the pipelines, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and I will leave that conversation there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the motion speaks again about offshore petroleum investment. It speaks about concessions in equipment, machinery for any sort of offshore exploration and development. I was hoping that the minister may have used an opportunity to speak about how are these concessions going to assist, according to the Prime Minister, our new direction in terms of how we're going to deal with, let's say, the Lauren Manatee project, which is a huge offshore project that, according to the government and the Prime Minister, he had indicated that it is the intention of his government to decouple elements of that project. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is moving away from the partnership with the Venezuelan government for whatever reason. That was the original plan. However, what they are going to do is to decouple it and make it a full Trinidad and Tobago owned project. Nothing is wrong with that. My question is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how would these concessions work towards landing us where a project like that benefits the people of Trinidad and Tobago, get investment going, looks at foreign direct investment, and how does it turn up to bring revenue into the coffers of this country? Mr. Deputy Speaker, are these concessions going to be directed to support the capital infrastructure for the execution of this project? I just use that as an example, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When the government brings these type of bills to Parliament, they must be able to tell the country how it is going to affect, how it is going to drive these types of projects going forward. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not wanting to go any further on this because it's not an energy debate, I just want to remind all of us inside here is that, like the motion before, we have no objections with the intention. We have, these are procedural, it's a procedural motion where we are extending and giving life to the concessions, but it is always important that we must account for the stewardship of the concession, whether it has worked or not, and if it hasn't, what new can be brought forward, because we all want to see Trinidad and Tobago prosper, and I have no desire to see this government fail because my children are involved in it as well. It is for all our future. So we as a loyal opposition have a duty, and our duty here today is to punch holes in anything that the government does with the hope of them making it better for all our survival and success. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's East. Sorry, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my job here this evening is a simple one. My job here this evening is, through you, to let the population of Trinidad and Tobago know, firstly, what exactly it is this motion is about, to put it into context, and then, as the last member requested, provide some information to the population, is basically repeat information, not repeat as what was said today, but repeat as to what has been said on numerous times before with respect to the stewardship of this administration in the energy sector. First of all, because listening to the debate, and I wasn't scheduled to speak, but listening to what was taking place here this evening, I asked the honourable member who is visiting us and piloting this motion to see the motion, because I was simply confused as to the type of conversation taking place. And through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to tell the population exactly what it is this Parliament is being asked to do here today is simple. It is to provide that any class of goods specified in the resolution shall be exempt from the import duties of customs if the goods are imported or entered for use by any person for any purpose specified in the resolution. In layman's language, what we're being asked to do here today is to pass for another 2 years, from the 1st of January to the 31st of December 1st of January 2021 to the 31st of December 2022, a 2-year period, to put all of the equipment and materials and supplies imported for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations to exempt it from customs duty. So it's simple. No customs duty to be applied for any materials, equipment and supplies for use in the petroleum sector. Petroleum here meaning both oil and gas sector of Trinidad and Tobago. So to listen to what was taking place, I was a little astounded. The reason for this is simple, but before we even get to the reason, this has been applicable for time immemorial in Trinidad and Tobago. It is absolutely not new. It was there way before the 2010 period. It was there from the time, really, when we wanted to become more competitive in the global environment in oil and gas. So the first thing to understand and appreciate is you're competing globally with every province in the world for capital by these multinational companies in the oil and gas sector. So this is a pillar that is necessary if you're going to call yourself an oil and gas province. And that's really where the debate should end. For anyone to make a suggestion that this exemption should not continue. Don't use the word patriotic. Don't even suggest that you want Trinidad and Tobago to succeed. Because the first step for us to be competitive globally is that you have to allow an exemption on customs duties in the oil and gas sector for the importation of equipment and supplies. Understanding the sector, and I'm a little surprised by the contributors before, the kind of equipment that comes in on a daily basis to keep the oil and gas sector running needs to be exempt from customs duty. Can you imagine every rig coming in, every supply vessel coming in, every bag of hydraulic cement to go down the well, every bit for drilling, every pipe has to attract customs duties? Is that what the opposition is suggesting? It cannot be. So as a starting point, this is a given, respectfully. It must be a given. Because for anybody to suggest any item being brought into Trinidad and Tobago, because we don't manufacture any of these items, to compete globally, it has to be exempt from customs duty. Because the next point we need to understand, and this goes directly to the member for Mayaro, one of the questions you asked is, why is production not going up? Why we're not seeing coming out of this incentive? This is not an incentive. This is a foundation of any oil and gas province. Why there's not an increase in production in oil and gas? Again, the analogy that came back to me is not too long ago in a budget debate, we had a leader of the opposition who was a former prime minister, not even knowing the country's shareholding in Atlantic LNG. So if that is the type of emphasis placed by the opposition on the oil and gas sector, then 2010 and 2015, I understand it now. We are a mature province. These are extractable liquids and gas, meaning that when you extract every barrel out of the ground, it's not coming back. So the days when we used to produce almost 200,000 barrels of oil, then down to 150,000, then down to 100,000, there's no magic in what is happening now. We are a mature province. We've been doing this for over 100 years. It doesn't grow. The same way they thought that the dividends, the retained earnings at NGC, the $16 billion that they took out of NGC that now has hamstrung NGC so that NGC cannot even reinvest in projects that it needs to. They thought that would just continue growing. So to sit here and to listen to persons who say they have an interest in the energy sector and the type of ignorance in terms of asking why has production declined? Because we are a mature province. So for us to stay competitive and for us to maintain what they call a plateau of the production, you need to encourage the sector. We are competing globally with other provinces with a lot more natural resources than we have. So this is a necessity. And anybody to suggest otherwise, it just shows the plain ignorance and lack of understanding. Now let's get to what we came in and faced in 2010 to 2015. But before I even get there, as you talked about NGC and had the audacity to say between 2010 and 2015, NGC never made a loss. The worst gas contracts that NGC has been saddled with, the two worst gas contracts that are going to be a burden on NGC's back, and I say it here today without fear of contradiction, were negotiated by UNC governments. The first was a contract negotiated under the Basdeo Pandey administration, where they did something that is unheard of. For a downstream company, the Basdeo Pandey administration negotiated a contract giving a company through NGC an option to renew gas supply at the then price. So a price in the 90s, early 2000, late 1990s, a price of gas at that time, they said, when you're ready to renew in the future, we're giving you an option to renew at the same price. Unheard of. We took it to arbitration, to fight it, to try and break it, and didn't succeed. So now that company is getting gas from NGC at a 1990s price, sinking NGC, costing NGC hundreds of millions of US dollars. That is their legacy. The second legacy item that they talk about, the only project they negotiated in 2010 to 2015, almost sank the whole energy sector, CGCL. And ironically, it is that same CGCL deal that made NGC lose the arbitration I just referred to. Because of course, it being a mature province, there being no proper exploration and further production of gas projected beyond 2015, what happened is the arbitration was lost because they said, well, if you've given a new gas contract to CGCL, they did not even know where the gas would come to supply CGCL from. If you've given a new gas contract there, how could you say that you have declining gas? So the two worst gas contracts that are saddling NGC today are those two, both negotiated by UNC administrations. Let's start with that. You want to talk about the state of the energy sector. When we came in 2015, and it's a story worth repeating, there were billions of dollars of claims against the NGC because it was unable to supply the gas that they were contracted to the downstream because they weren't getting the gas from the upstream. But you know what's worse? Every single contract that they renewed, every single gas contract that they talked about. I just heard the member, I think it's from Mayaro, again talk about successful bid wrongs. Every single one of those licenses, the production sharing contracts and the E&P licenses, they gave away what we were entitled to. The minister's share of gas, they gave it to the upstreamers and said, you could have it. If we had that minister's share of gas today, NGC would be in a better position. They did not put anything in a production sharing contract or an E&P license for that whole period of time that helped Trinidad and Tobago. But we came in 2015, and that is what we've been fighting for, because we refused to accept status quo. The CGCL contract, when we came in, there was a greenfield gas policy that they did as a cabinet. Secret. Nobody in the country knew about it. We, the population, had no clue. You know what that was? They basically changed the policy at cabinet. This is the opposition who is in government that say they know so much about energy. And in one fell swoop of a cabinet pen, what they did is they gave new projects priority to gas. Where were the lawyers in that cabinet? Where was the two self-appointed senior counsel in that cabinet? Because what you immediately did is you opened up the claims. Because now somebody who had a contract in downstream, all of the companies who had stood with us over time that had written contracts for supply of gas were now being told, hey, you're not getting gas any longer. The new company that we've just agreed a new contract, new plant with, they will get first priority on gas. That is illegal. It's unconstitutional. So that is the first thing we had to unravel in coming in, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And let the country remember that. The one thing that the member for Tabaquite said that was correct is the Prime Minister did not negotiate any contract. But what the Prime Minister did is he provided leadership. That is Dr. Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West. And he left the negotiations up to those who have the wherewithal. But when negotiations were stuck, he stepped in, and I was there. He told the powerful people at these multinationals, I must do what I have to for the shareholders that I have, who are the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And every single meeting I've accompanied him to, whether it be in The Hague, whether it be in Melbourne with BHP, The Hague with Shell, London with BP, EOG in Houston, as the upstream companies. The Prime Minister dressed the part. He's a geologist, himself and Minister Khan. They know what they're talking about. We went into those meetings and we demanded mutual respect. Not like some of the stories you heard about the meetings that took place in London before 2015, 2010 to 2015, in hotel rooms, etc. That never happened. And what we managed to do is unravel the legacy of bad contracts. But furthermore, what we're doing and what we've done, but it has to be put in context. No matter how much they scream and cry and decry Trinidad and Tobago, we are part of a global economy. And it is undeniable and irrefutable that all of the commodity prices have crashed. In the last few months, in this year alone, in the last few months, we saw something that I don't know when is the last time it happened. People were paying in the United States. WTI is the benchmark in the United States for oil. It dropped. Minister Imbert, the Prime Minister, myself, Minister Khan were monitoring it. It went to $1. It went under $1. It went below 0 cents, which meant that people were paying people to take the oil. And that is the truth. Now we hear a Nancy story from the UNC time and time again that during their time and under Basdio Pandey, the price of oil went below. Untrue. Anybody could go and do a research as to the historical price of oil, and under them, oil was never $9. So to come here and say you want to know how this is going to assist, by minimum and at minimum, what this does is it keeps us in the game. It keeps us in the global game. You want to talk about FDI? After that first trip to London and to Houston, the Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West, came back and announced $10 billion taken, decisions to invest $10 billion by two companies, BP and Shell. That is FDI. You then had, by a visit to Melbourne, when we went to Melbourne, BHP is a global company, but they're really miners. The petroleum portfolio is a small portfolio. What happened in that meeting in Melbourne is a conversation that took place to convince BHP to do what has not happened before, the deep water drilling, and to stand here and to listen repeatedly, them down cry, broadside, oh, broadside crash, oh, you're trying to make a big deal out of broadside. Well, if they don't know, it's a hit or miss. It is hit or miss in oil and gas. Sometimes you score, sometimes you don't. But why would they think that's the government? It's not a P&M administration that drill broadside. It's the people of Trinidad and Tobago who suffer when we don't hit gas through a BHP. But I remember seeing a photograph in the newspaper, again in that period, 2010 to 2015, with the then chairman of Petrotrin standing up with the then Prime Minister and the then Minister of Energy, holding up an empty jar of oil and saying, we've scored 30,000 barrels. It's raised nothing. It has raised nothing. However, under this administration, convincing the same BHP to continue their program, there's something that is coming on stream hopefully next year called Ruby. And the Ruby project is going to produce an additional 13,000 to 16,000 barrels of oil a day. Great for Trinidad and Tobago. But these are the things that are taking place. So we came in 2015, CGCL, a complete disaster. One of the worst negotiations ever in the energy sector, that today is an anchor around the legs of the NGC. Billions of dollars in claims, a change in the gas allocation policy that is unconstitutional that we had to reverse. I had to go to meet with the government of Japan on a 2-day turnaround trip to convince them to ease us up and to change the contract. Otherwise, it would have sank the whole industry. Not a single downstream negotiation of a contract during that term. All of that is being settled, but settled in very difficult times, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because right now in the global energy economy, the global economy of energy, commodity prices have gone down. When prices were being negotiated...
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much. When prices were being negotiated based on ammonia and methanol, at the time, the methanol price projection was over $400 a ton. We have faced $150 to $180 a ton. So it's not a P&M administration. In fact, this administration has done tremendously well just to keep it afloat. On a weekly basis, Minister Khan and myself are interacting with the boardrooms away to convince them to do their turnarounds. They would have been thrilled if Train 1 shut down. They don't even know the shareholding of Train 1. They didn't even know that there was also a shareholding in Train 4. All they do is stand up, make up things whilst they're speaking, complete lies, fabrications, untruths, and they want Trinidad and Tobago to sink. And I take umbrage to that. Right? If NGC still had that $16 billion, they would have been in a better position today. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, there is not a single honest parliamentarian who understands anything about the energy sector that can raise any objection to this motion here today. Because this motion is necessary, and all it is doing is the same thing that every oil and gas province in the world has, which is no customs duty on the importation and use of equipment and supplies in the energy sector. So I say through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to come here and to listen to what we've listened to and to anticipate the next speaker as well, who knows nothing either about energy, is a great disgrace. And I thank you for the opportunity.
I recognize the member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me begin by saying that I am equally qualified as the former speaker on the issue of energy. In fact, if you look at our CVs, you will see that as far as it relates to energy, we have the same level of qualification. And I'm sure if I read 2 petroleum economics book, I'll get the language as well. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have listened attentively to the Minister of National Security, aka the security expert on the other side. And I don't know, in fact, in coming in and out of the House as he's prone to do, because he's an extremely busy man. In coming in and out of the House, he may have unintentionally been absent to hear the member from Mayaro indicate that we are in support of this motion. And I shudder to think what would be his level of anger if we were against this motion. But we assure colleagues opposite that we are in support of this motion, and his anger is somewhat misplaced. But then his position, of course, is a very frustrating position to be in at this time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in very disturbing times. And it's a very difficult and challenging time in the world. And the government has taken a particular approach post-August 10 to continue with their narrative and to continue with their story of blaming the former administration, and I must say not the former administration now, but the former administration, for all their problems. And if a visitor would be in the House as we had in the old days, pre-COVID, they would believe that the period 2010 to 2015 caused all the headaches of the government and caused the collapse of the economy and caused the collapse of the job market and caused the collapse of business and caused the collapse of collapse. Because this government has approached this challenge that we face today, and they are a government that is very slippery with the truth. It will slip out that we have had a dramatic change in commodity prices. We have had dramatic changes in the price of the commodities that we sell. And that has been responsible for our revenue position. It has been responsible for several of the economic challenges that this economy faces. And it will slip out because they have to come back into their default mode of blaming the United National Congress. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have, I think, of all the speakers here, I am in a good position, enviable position, in that I did have the opportunity to serve in the administration 2010-2015. And for a short time, I believe, I was a member of the Sub-Cabinet Committee on Energy, the Energy Sub-Cabinet Committee. When I held a responsibility, I believe, for environment, I was there. So I understand somewhat some of the issues and can correct the record, and certainly the minister who spoke before on some of these matters. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister began by saying he was confused, and I thought that shaped and defined his presentation. Because the minister would not know, and I don't expect him to know, that in terms of NGC, in 2010, I just want to put this on the record, in 2010, NGC made a profit of 2.1 billion. In 2011, 4.6 billion. 2012, 4.0 billion. 2013, 6.5 billion. 2014, 4.5 billion. 2015, 0.6 billion. 2016, 0.7 billion. 2017, 1.3 billion. 2018, 2.3 billion. 2019, 376 million. And then 2020, I believe, a 300 million loss. Now, I tell you this to tell you that the period 2010 to 2015, if you look at this period, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the NGC made profits in excess of $16 billion. And the government at the time, as did the government before the Patrick Manning administration, where there are now some remnants of that administration looking around, but there are people who were in that administration, would tell you the NGC was always involved in social work, in cultural work, in sporting activities, in community development. And when we came into office, the NGC was already involved in significant community projects and so on, and spending the money that belonged to the people. They were not borrowing money to spend. When we earn this type of profits and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they spent on the people. And if 6 years later you cannot find one wrong, one project, you cannot find one example of a project that was done outside of the law, outside of policy, then what are you saying? I mean, I don't have the other type of language and I can't use it here, but what are you saying? NGC operated according to the law. If they spent, we continued a policy of the Manning administration in investment into community, into cities and towns. In fact, in San Fernando East, I believe there's a significant project in San Fernando, a multi-million-dollar sporting complex built by NGC in San Fernando East. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the partnership continued a policy position of the government before. Then the Minister of National Security and his Prime Minister would tell us something and carry a narrative that is fascinating. It is only with the coming into being of another government that we will get an opportunity to look at this story. Everywhere they go on earth, and they move like Marco Polo all over the earth, everywhere they go, they report on the good job. But do you know there is no public record? There is no ministerial note. There is no report at a ministry that tells you what happens when these ministers and prime minister travel. They come back to the country and say, we had a good meeting. We renegotiated. In fact, let me put the thing in perspective. There's a political and a legal angle to that. When they want to politically boast, they say the prime minister negotiated gas prices. And when they understand the legal implication of that, they say he didn't negotiate really, he helped. He helped to push it along because there's a legal issue involved in that a prime minister or minister cannot negotiate gas prices. They cannot. And this is why, as the member for Tabakita indicated earlier, they jump. They hop around the place with negotiations. But if you go to the Ministry of Energy and ask for one record, one report of where the prime minister went to Houston with another minister, and what transpired there, the Ministry of Energy doesn't have a clue. But we take their word. We have to take their word. They say trust them. They go to Australia, Germany, all over, meeting people. There's no permanent secretary. There's no attorney from the relevant ministry. There's no technical and scientific support staff. But they come back and report, we had a brilliant meeting, all is well. They must be the most unlucky administration this country has ever seen. Because since they came into office, everything collapsed, but due to no fault of their own. That is what they will tell us. It collapsed because of the former administration. It collapsed because of prices. It collapsed because of this. It collapsed because of that. I think it was Norman Christie, I believe it is the energy sector leader, local energy sector leader, who in a statement, in a quotation, said to the effect of the contraction in the energy sector was related to some of the deals that were struck post-2015. And if there was any boom, as the member for Naparima said, any boom that took place between 16, 17, and 18, certainly, it was due to the work of the partnership administration in this matter. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they have to explain themselves, they quickly jump onto the bandwagon of the former administration. And the former administration did this. The former administration did that. In an article, NGC records $2 billion drop in profit, dated September 2nd, 2020, I believe is the Trinidad Guardian. The very chairman of NGC is reported here as saying that the collapse had to do with some of the issues of legacy and gas negotiations. The very people at NGC will admit that the pricing, the issue of pricing, recently negotiated, led to some of the fallout with other firms in the sector. And that is something maybe one day we should have a commission of inquiry into this energy sector to determine what happened in Houston, in Germany, in Australia, that led to the firms closing up between 2015 to today. Notwithstanding the global environment, and we understand that, we have had a process of disinvestment. We have had the close down, the shutdown, the creation of iron scrap ghost towns between Couva to San Fernando. Between Couva to San Fernando is a scrap iron ghost town. And why? What led to that? So, Madam Speaker, what led to that is not the actions between 2010 and 2015, when admittedly prices were more favorable, admittedly, but when you earn revenue, you spend. I remember in 2008 coming to this parliament, and the Minister of Works and Transport, now Minister of Finance, there was a motion, and opposition at that time was arguing that they were overspending money and overheating the economy, and it had inflationary effects. The Minister of Works and Transport was leader of government business. They had fired Diego Martin West at that time. And he stood up and said, the money the country earns as a result of the good fortune of the energy sector must be spent on the people. So when you earn money as a country, you invest it in the people. And this is what we were talking about all evening. Capital investments in education, certainly in technology, in job-creating sectors. This government is building 2 headquarters for 2 ministries, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at a cost of more or less $500 million, while you cannot open a school that requires $10 million more. One is your investment.
Member for Oropouche, while I understand how we've got here, I think we're going very much astray in terms of what is before us. So I'd ask you to bring us back to the debate, please.
Fly back to this matter before us. And the matter before us is the continuation of these incentives. And these are incentives that have been there for years and years. But I want to indicate to and speak from my own experience to let you know that when you come to the parliament and you are speaking of continuation of incentives through customs and so on, you are correct. You are right to ask questions as to the sector itself, because incentives are given to a sector. And you are hoping that that sector will enjoy those incentives and it will redound to the benefit of the sector, the country, employment, income, revenue, and so on. That's the purpose of what we do today. This is why we are in agreement with this, as the member from Mayaro placed on record earlier. But we are entitled to raise issues of the management of the sector. Because your incentives are part and parcel of your economic management of a sector. Otherwise, why do you give incentives? You give incentives, I think the member before said it, because you are trying to not just attract, but to keep.
That you're telling me that the member before said it means that you're quite cognizant that you're traversing ground that has already been traversed. I haven't been sitting here all the time, but I have ears. And you know, the other members have spoken about the sector and developing the sector and the benefit for the sector. So I'd ask you at this stage of the debate if you could fly in your own words to another point. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I will now close. I think it's time as well. Yeah. I will now close by indicating for the record once and for all. These are measures that come every 2 years or so. We are in support, but I will just ask my colleagues opposite that it is a debate for critical appreciation of a sector, and I think the opposition is entitled to raise those matters. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to be long at all. I think enough has been said. I want to thank in particular my colleagues, member for San Fernando East, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, both are very knowledgeable. Minister Young in particular has been of extreme assistance on energy matters on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, I mean, I could understand the chit-chatter on the other side. They're trying to redeem themselves. I mean, over the last days, they've been subjected to some heavy punching. I could understand how they feel, and they feel this is their time to talk and try to make some impressions on the national community, but not in the discipline of energy. They are totally unfamiliar. And don't come here and tell us anything about oversight, not with the kind of representation that the then Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, member of Siparia, made in terms of leadership in the energy sectors. Unpardonable, unforgivable at all, especially when you don't even know, as Minister Young had said, you don't even know who comprises who makes up the shareholding of the Atlantic LNG. I mean, that's really so basic. And then you're entertaining energy executives in an overcoat in a bedroom abroad. I mean, totally lacking of an understanding, totally lacking the understanding of what it takes to be prime ministerial, an understanding of who you're meeting with in terms of the energy czars of the world, and really no diplomacy at all. That's just not the way things are done. So there was nothing to report. I can't respond to anybody. I said this is just a lot of banter here and there, really not meaningfully making any sense at all. They do not understand the industry. We have come here under the Honourable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Honourable Keith Rowley. He has taken charge of the sector, and together with our very able ministers, the energy sector is now going somewhere. We are happy. I don't want to hear anything about energies from your side. The only thing you must come and tell us is where the $16 billion is. The people of Trinidad and Tobago need their money. Okay? So I came here, Madam Speaker, to do two things, but this is the second part of the proposition, which is to speak to this particular motion. And Madam Speaker, I've been very clear. I've spoken to the benefits. I've spoken about the other incentives, the myriad of incentives, the capable hands under which the sector is now in. There's not very much I can say again. This is a very, very, very simple motion. It's about ensuring that there's this incentive, which is under Section 56 of the Customs Act, where you will not pay any duties for any of the importation of equipment, material, and supplies imported for use in the offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations. I spoke about the fact that yes, it was for a 3-year period before, it's now for a 2-year period. And why? Because the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industry really want to take the time to have a look at at all of the circumstances around it, whether or not the incentive is doing what it should be doing, and they wanted to have an in-depth view of whether the total package of incentives really work for them. Somebody raised the point about this being a very difficult time in the sector. Yes, it's a difficult time in the sector, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but it's for the entire globe. We are subject to the vagaries of the international market, energy market, and so on. So again, we've come here for one purpose. I can only emphasize that to the population that the activities in the exploration and extraction subsector in the wider energy sector really do remain promising. A lot of activity continues, but of course, when you're dealing with this type of industry, from time to time, it's not always going to be the way you want it. But again, once you remain in control of it, you are going to be able to massage and put it in the right direction with the right incentives and so on. I'm very, very happy about where we're going. With an energy sector is still a substantial earner of foreign exchange and contributor to this economy, and it remains an integral part to the long-term growth and development of Trinidad and Tobago. As I said before, contributing significantly to our GDP and revenues, and of course foreign exchange and so on. So, Madam Speaker, I'm quite pleased with the contributions that have been made on our side, and it is now left to me to commend this motion, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, in accordance with and subject to the provisions of Section 56 of the Customs Act, exempt from import duties of customs the class of goods specified in the first column of the schedule, being goods imported or entered for use for the purposes specified in the second column for the period specified in the third column, but that this resolution shall cease to have effect in respect of any class of goods specified in the first column that is manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago. Schedule, first column, class of goods, second column, purposes for which goods are to be used, third column, period of exemption. Equipment, material, and supplies imported for use in offshore petroleum exploration and petroleum operations from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2022. This resolution shall come into effect on the 1st of January 2021. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Thank you, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Trade and Industry, Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 11th day of December at 1:30 p.m. On that day, we will be doing the Finance Bill. We will also do the amendments to the Procurement Act. Madam Speaker, if I might be allowed to put the motion. And we will also be doing the amendments to the novel coronavirus. Thank you.
Honourable members, before putting the question, I just wish to advise that the 4 matters which are listed on the adjournment, by agreement, these matters are deferred to another sitting. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 11th day of December, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, the 11th day of December, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.